streaming late at night.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
With all his might. He's on under desert light. Bakalaka Dagestan in sight. Sand beneath construction signs. Workers forging oil refines. Slate and gives a perfect rhyme. It's his world, he's on a climb. Oil rules the land he stands. Mobile now with steady hands. From the sand his fame expands. EJ's dreaming foreign sands. Rise in perfect sync. Pipelines flow, no time to blink. Resources here, they interlink. Bakalaka Dagestan's on the brink. Late night streaming on the screen. His vision clear, his thoughts pristine. Oil-rich world in constant sheen. Bakalaka Dagestan's the scene.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The land he stands, mobile now with steady hands. From the sand his fame expands. EJ's dreaming foreign sands.
Streaming by today, building dreams in its own way. Bakalaka Dagestan's the plan. He's creating a new land. Clicks and streams, they tune in fast. Communist republics from the past. He will rise, he'll lead the way. Bakalaka Dagestan every day. Greatest ever, he's the man. EJ's got the winning plan. You will prevail, you will succeed. Bakalaka Dagestan's the creed. Followers shout with all their might. EJ's vision shining bright. From the east to every coast. Bakalaka Dagestan's they toast. Greatest ever, he's the man. EJ's got the winning plan. He will prevail, he will succeed. Bakalaka Dagestan's the creed. Followers shout with all their might. EJ's vision shining bright. From the east to every coast. Bakalaka Dagestan they toast. Greatest ever, he's the man. EJ's got the winning plan. You will prevail, you will succeed. Bakalaka Dagestan's the creed. Monitors hum with electric light. EJ's bringing dark to bright. In the chat, they give their cheer. Bakalaka Dagestan is near. It's near. There's creed. It's near. Bakalaka Dagestan's the creed.
Greatest ever. I am the man. I have got winning plan. Hello, how's everybody? How's your weekend? So patriotic. Oh, yeah. Is Rise for Bakalaka Dagestan anthem? Yes, very nice. Very nice. Yeah, I'm doing full 180. I watch baseball now. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fair. Bakalaka Daka stands the creed.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It's streaming live today. Get ready for a learning curve. All right, we got Gear City today. How's everybody? Have a good weekend? Good? Yeah, maybe. Found the perfect kit to motivate you to get a Beetle for Brimo. Yeah, maybe later. All right. I just got to make sure I have it installed. I'm pretty sure I installed it. Yes. We have Gear City today, which is an automotive building game. So that should be pretty fun. Starting a new game right before Satisfactory. Old man. Yeah, we'll be fine. Is Polaris Dawn still tonight? So Polaris Dawn is scheduled for 3:38 a.m. tonight. That's 15 hours from now. But hey Tara, what's going on? But the weather is it's scheduled for tonight, technically Tuesday morning. 40% favorable conditions. Yeah, not ideal. So, yeah, technically, but most likely no. The app is saying tomorrow night. Pretty decent weekend. Nice, Rev. Yeah, there you go. That don't look like tomorrow night to me, Smoked. Oh, yeah, what's the significance of the 3:38 launch time? 3:38 launch time is because to minimize micrometeorite debris. Yeah, there's apparently a better time to do it than not, so yeah, never mind. It's all right, Smoked. It's all right. All good, man. All good. Yeah, same window. We'll see. I drove the Camaro around over the weekend, for anybody that cares. Note that it's not in the same spot, and I cleaned up the shop. The suspension is sketch. Sketch. I gotta dial it in more. It's not great. And that's not to say that the suspension kit is bad. That's to say my adjustments aren't good because I've never done this before. Are you sure you cleaned up the shop? I cleaned up like right in this area right here. See this area right here? Not over here or over there so much, but like right here. Needs more auto struts. It's funny you should mention that. I put the
Discovery, go at throttle up.
beefy sway bar in there, and yeah, that sucked when you have a sway bar that big. It was really difficult to get that in there. Yeah, that's what she said. What is sketch about it? Geek, she's riding about 2.5 inches higher in the front than in the back. It's got a squat, like a bad squat. You can't tell from this, but here, let me show you. I'll show you real quick. Take this graphing calculator. Everybody knows how big this is, right? That's not great. It's not great. I gotta fix it. Yeah. Yeah, it's, dude, not great, Bob. It is sketchy to drive it. Like, it's like, I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. Yeah, that's not good. Not good. I gotta lower it up front. Yeah. But yeah, getting that sway bar in there, the one that the QA1 that's like 2.5-inch sway bar, that was tough, man. It was tough. I had to get the car jacked up, and then I had to load up the tires with a jack, and you had to compress the suspension past like regular, like at rest, dude. It was awful. Like, that suspension's hardcore, man. It's really, I mean, 250-pound springs. You did that alone. Yeah. Yeah, I did it yesterday. Is there enough adjustment to get it down? There should be, worst, yeah. There should be. It's got negative rake. It's just like my setup for last year's Daytona 2.4. Nice, nice. Yeah, it's just, and I don't have the toe completely figured out, but it's close. It's close. It was close enough to drive straight. Like, I have the wheel straight and the car drives straight, but it's not. Yeah, we need to. Going down the highway, it wants to wander a little bit. Like, you keep the wheel straight and the car kind of does this. I'm like, oh, I don't like that. But yeah, that's it is coming along. Meh, go get an alignment. I'm pretty sure alignment they don't do ride height with those. What are the caster and camber settings? It's zeroed right now, Hellfish. So there's 2 slots. It's dead center on the slots on both sides. Like I said, I have to dial it in more. This is my first time doing it, so I have to sit there and mess with it. It's got 0 caster right now, James. Don't worry, it's just a Chevy thing. That's why it's wandering. Caster will solve those issues. The thing is, dude, it sounds like fun. It's the pre-race setting screen in real life. It is. This is fully adjustable. The only thing that isn't adjustable on this Aqua is the spring rate. It's got a fixed spring rate. But we have adjustable damper, we have adjustable camber caster and toe, which is super cool. Front and rear, believe it or not. Well, not rear. We don't have no. The rear is adjustable, but it's not camber caster toe. I don't own cars. Well, yeah, on most cars it's fixed. Most cars you can't adjust anything, you know? Chevy, blasphemy. Yeah, whatever. I actually kind of like this car. I mean, I hate saying that, but I've always liked F-body Camaros. I think they're cool cars. They're cool looking, man. It's like a poor man's DeLorean. It's not, but it kind of looks like one. It really has that 80s vibe that I really dig. You know what I'm talking about? Like this kind of 80s vibe. Like, that's what this song reminds me of. It reminds me of Nero. That's what that song reminds me of. Must be the feeling. It makes me want to move. Must be the feeling. Yeah, F-bodies are cool. They're all right. I like Fox bodies better, but... You drive a Nero. What? Yeah, there you go, weather guy. I like 3rd gen Camaros. They're cool. I also realized that the hinges are shot on both sides. Not realized, I confirmed. Let me put it to you that way. The doors make a sound that sounds like the Titanic sinking when you open them. Don't look it up. I know you won't like it. You're right. Nero, Farzo, whatever you Arzo. Yep. Do you still have a lot of mechanical work to do on the Camaro? No, not really, Smoked. It's just setting everything, dude. The door pins are shot, gah. The bushings on the lower bushings on this door are completely gone. Like the hinge is hot dog down a hallway. You know what I mean? It's like a Kraken Tech hinge where we didn't get the thermometer size right, and it's just ding, 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 ding. Yeah, she's almost done though. It does look good. It looks good, except it's got a squat to it, which I hate. I hate it so much. It's like 65 miles per gallon with the windows down, so really good for doing lift. Cope harder. Cope. And seethe. Bro, you drive around a shoe. Cope harder. Yes, John, I'm judging. Considering your past ride, you go from that to that. SMH my head. Anyway. Yeah, I got a little more work to do. Getting that sway bar in sucked. That wasn't fun at all. But it's in there. Everything is torqued. Everything's torqued under the front end. It's just adjustment now, which is great. I don't know. Maybe an alignment shop will do it. But I have to get the front of this car down. I have to do it. It's so bad. It's so sketch to drive it. Every time you say SMH my head, I can only think of how many people say ATM machine. It's a joke, Sneaky. It's on purpose. I'm saying it on purpose because that's fun. Never mind. I know it still hurts. SMH my Sneaky. What's Gear City? I don't know. Let's find out. Oh, this is good. It's calling for a degree of negative camber to set it, Hellfish. Oh, I love playing C++ 2005 redistributable. 2005 was 19 years. I've been out of high school for almost 20 years. Why is it in 480p? How old is this game? Who told me about this game? I thought this game was new. Oh dear. What did we get ourselves into?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Cirrus, what's up, man? 5 more minutes of this, I'm just gonna stop and we're just gonna go out into the garage and just play with the
Discovery,
Camaro.
go at throttle up.
5 more minutes of this, I'm gonna get mad. Not my fault. This is at PUBG. Where the hell did you see PUBG? I remember that game. I got addicted to that game in 2017. I haven't played that game since 2017. Vent. Get off vent, or I'll have you bent. Eric. Okay. Would you like to start the tutorial? No. Let's the Bakalakadakistan. I think Shen played it last week. I thought this was new. Yeah. Settings. 1920 by 1080. Anti-aliasing. All the way. Full screen. Yes. Borderless full screen. Yes. Miles per gallon. Kilometers a liter. Horsepower. We could do it in kilowatts. Horsepower. We need foot-pounds. Pounds. Inches. Cubic feet. Cubic inches. Miles per hour. Oh, hell yeah. I like this game already. Did I not just... Oh, you have to restart the game for those settings. Moon units, that's right. Moon unit alpha and moon unit zappa. Ugh, Imperial. Cope and seethe. Alucard. Cope and seethe. Would you like to start the main tutorial? No. No. Get off the screen. Get out of here. No. No. This is not what Windows... Fenry Horde. Select the starting year. Let's start in 1900. Select difficulty setting. CEO. Yeah. Ultra-violent nightmare. And you thought other games were scary. This mode drenches business analysts with sweat at night. What? Where's the mouse? Come back. Nightmare is similar to hard mode. However, you start with a loan instead of cash. You have fewer skills and image points. Customer numbers and purchasing power is minimal. Component and vehicle research ratings are nearly always estimated with a wide gap. You start with no factories or branches. In all likelihood, you will fail. All right, cool. Sounds like fun. Wars? What? Oh yeah, let's just keep that not checked. It's fine. It's fine. Ultra-violent business management. Reminds me of that Dave Chappelle sketch where there's like, white people like electric guitar. John, play the fight riff! Play the fight riff! Play the fight riff! The compressor is gonna screw this. Well. Play the fight riff! Is that Taylor Swift? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm just like her in every way. Except I'm different in every way possible. Please don't play hardest mode. You'll have to... okay. Please select the location number. We can play in Ghana? Or Ethiopia? Oh, what's up here? Ah, yeah. How do we... Oh. Look at that old system. We can start in Montreal. I do not want to do that. Because it smells like piss. To be fair, so does my city. But you do not talk about
Discovery, go at throttle up.
that. I think that's 27 a week, Cirrus. Detroit? Detroit? Toledo? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we'll play. We'll go to Toledo. We'll build cars there. Yeah, they make great stuff. Not. Boston, Indy. No, we're going to Boston. Huh? Jeep's built there. That's the joke, dude. All I'm saying, Crunch, is that when I went down to Florida last year for Thanksgiving, right, with my in-laws, we had a Jeep Gladiator, and we were driving down the highway, and we were coming up to a toll booth in Florida, and I opened the glove compartment, and I felt air coming through the firewall. That's all I'm saying. This was a brand new Jeep Gladiator. Air coming through the firewall. That's all I'm saying. This is a brand new truck. Brand new truck. Sounds like a Jeep thing. You wouldn't understand. I've driven Jeeps. I've worked on Jeeps. No. No. No, I'll take an F-150. Thank you very much. Greatest ever. Truck is a strong word for a Gladiator. Yeah. Yeah, I thought this game was new, Bree. It's not new. It's from 2014. So, you know, we're in for some good times. Also, I watched that video of that guy that drove like 7,000 kilometers in summer car. That was pretty funny. Yeah, for anybody that wanted to know. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Maybe we should try to break his record. Yeah, Martin Sidopants, the Frogman. Yes, very funny, dude. Sounds like junk. I'd never drive something like that. Yeah, yeah, I know. Oh, all right. Your name.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Melon Husk. Company name, Besla. Besla. Embezzler. You guys are freaking terrible. How about Testa Johnny Coles? No, Johnny. That's probably not good. Massachusetts Bay Porthole Authority. No, Jim. That's not gonna work. I want my stuff to. I want my stuff to actually work correctly. Dorf, Ferd. No. How about Fordla? Yeah. Chud. Melon Tusk Vehicles. Say hi to your mother for me. Chud Motorsports. Chud Motorsports. That's awesome. Beta Romeo. That's a good one. That's pretty funny, dude. How about REO Speedwag? Oh, wait, no. No, that's already been done. All right. Anybody know what REO Speedwagon is? Anybody know what REO means? Yep. Nope. Yeah, it's already been done. Nope. REO stands for Ransom E. Olds. As in Oldsmobile. Yeah, fun fact. The Alan Parsons Project. Yep. Oh. How about Newsmobile? Yeah. No, we gotta think of a strong name. You have to be able to say it, like, scream it primordially out loud, like Google or Hooli or Tesla, Meta. You know what I mean? It has to be Preparation EJ. Yeah, no. People wagon, like Volkswagen. Yeah, Wacky. I don't want. I mean, the founder. You guys should look up who founded Volkswagen. Anyway, go fast, turn left. Gork Motorsports. Nice. I'm ashamed I'm not coming up with better names. It is Monday. Honk. Yeah. Go Fast Industries. How about Hell Yeah Brother? Hib. Dojemobile. Oh, God. Dojemobile. How about Aerojet Rocket? No. That's not. No. I think that's taken already. Dingus Motors. I like Dingus Motors. It rolls off the top. Dingus. Dingus Motor Company. No. I want it to work. Remember? Sprunk. We'll call it Sprunk Motors Division. Oh. Sprunk Motors Incorporated. There. Sprunk Motors Limited. SML. DMCA. DeLorean Motor Company of America. Huh? LLCs weren't invented in 1900, I don't think. Get out of my head. Geeson said it first. I got it. How about Fix It Again, Tony? Yeah, there we go. Sprunk Motors. That's the name. Because we're going to go faster. We need that big old American flag. Haggard Motors. Hagar Motors. You won't drive 55. That's good. I like that. That's good. That's a good one, too. That's a good logo. I like that. Might be a little too busy. What the hell is that? If anybody ever used that as a car logo ever, they need to be shot. That's just a Renault logo on its side. That's a Briggs & Stratton logo. Look. See? It's just a Briggs & Stratton logo without the Briggs. Or the Stratton. What the heck? That's just a teardrop, man. A check mark? I'll just... Yeah, let's just go. Setting up the game. Oh, geez. Borrowed money. You could never have enough money. We'll pay this back someday. Right into debt with... How much do we have? 720 Gs? Okay. Oh... Is that a phonograph? Ooh. This is all royalty free. Oh, bully! Bully! Are you having a bully day? I'm having a bully day! What the f... Why is the... Bully! 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 A new baseball league. 8 teams have founded the American League of Professional Baseball today. Formerly operating a minor league series, the newly formed league hopes to break the National League monopoly on the sport. Governor assassinated. Newly elected Governor William Goebel of Kentucky was shot several times by unknown assassins. The governor is in critical condition and is not expected to make it. Pen a hair falls to save woman. 1,500 for theft. Female taxi robber had black hair, but arrest is made anyway. Identified by victim. Chauffeur also picks out her picture in rogues gallery. Identified as a portrait of the young woman with black hair as a likeness of the woman who had stolen a fur coat from the Gear City Avenue dealer. This arrest was supplemented today when the dealer's clerk, from whom she took not only the coat at the point of a revolver, but also his own watch and money, identified as henna-haired Mrs. Josephine Shaliclo, number 13, of Westitsu Street as the robber. Continue article, please continue to page 5. New company founded. Global fuel rate, $1.50 a barrel, nice. A group of entrepreneurs founded auto manufacturer. They called this... Please. A group of entrepreneurs founded a new auto manufacturer. They called this company Sprunk Motors. They enter a growing market for vehicles. When asked what separates Sprunk Motors from the other manufacturers, the new CEO, Melon Tusk, said, "We'll bring innovative solutions to what ails other marques, and we'll end up as one of the greatest companies in the world because of that. Other companies can only dream of the magnificent products we will bring. The new company's first task will be to design a vehicle or figure out some other way to bring revenue to this exciting industry." You sound like a Canadian from South Park. I resent that. I find that racist. Can I finish? Please, can I finish? Okay, I'm finished. I definitely thought I was hearing South Park for a second. Hey, I find that racist, buddy. We're sending you adrift, idiot. Save the game. The ticking crack! You may want to do the tutorial, just saying there's a lot to go on with this game. Yeah, well, if I were you, then you'd be me! And I'd use your body to not do the tutorial. You can't stop me no matter who you are. Okay, we need to design a vehicle. A couple grains of powder, a couple grams of lead, a touch against the trigger, a touch inside the head. Megadeth. That. What the f... It's like 357. Actually, that kind of looks like a Colt Peacemaker. It's got rosewood grips. Very nice furniture. Very nice. Okay, let's office. That was weird. R&D department. Hello? Hello? Okay. Game check. Synergy. Synergy does not like it. Please hold. Your call is important to us. Please stay on the line. There we go. Oh, it doesn't like that. Carriage frame. Oh dear. We have to use that, huh? Yeah, it's 1900. Front engine. Oh, we could go for rear engine, rear wheel drive. I'm not sure that that was a thing in 1900. I mean, if you want to count the Daimler-Benz motor wagon, then I think, yeah, that was rear engine with a tiller wheel, 3-wheel design. Let's just go front engine. Yeah, that's good. Select front suspension. Okay, we'll just do leaf springs for now because it's cheap. Yeah, leaves front and rear, live front and rear axle, because most of the roads in the country don't exist at this time. And if they do, they're cobblestones. So we'll get that done there. Oh, geez. Where's view prototype design? Where's the car? Oh. We have no engine designs. Oh. Oh. Huh. No, we don't want to build it just yet. Thank you. Sorry. Woke up with a real runny nose today. So you can. This is actually super in depth. I'm just wondering if no picture of the car here is supposed to be like that. Lower right, select engine. We don't have any engine designs, so we're gonna have to engine advanced. A single cylinder? Single cylinder is all we have. You can make it run off E85, which we're not going to. L valve, two-stroke? Oh. L valve, well, two-stroke would probably be simpler, but the thing about two-strokes is that they're really not good for moving big amounts of, they're not good for moving a lot of mass, okay? Except if it's a diesel, in which case they're really good at moving big amounts of mass. It all comes back to steam. Let's get an L valve design. It's weird. That's a flathead, basically. Select induction system, naturally aspirated. Turbos don't exist yet. Tell that to Detroit. Unless it's diesel, you're a little heavy on the well, technically thing there, Gaw. Didn't listen. Don't listen. Not listening to what I had to say. That's fine. Are you going to check out Satisfactory 1.0 tomorrow? What's Satisfactory, Sido? I've never played that before in my life. Yeah, I got you, man. Yeah, we'll play it. I have to watch that new video. All right, so we have an engine. Wow. Huh. Well, would you look at that? I swear I've seen you play it once or twice. I have like 2,000 hours in Satisfactory, Sido. Yeah, we'll play it. Yeah, we'll play it. Not Sido. I mean, just in case anybody didn't know. We have a engine that makes 1 horsepower and 9 foot-pounds of torque at 417 RPM. 1,300 cc. Okay. Or not even. That's 13 cubic inches. Okay. Okay. If Polaris Dawn goes tonight, tomorrow's going to be rough. But does it fit? I don't know. Just use a horse. Yeah. Yeah, it's basically a lawnmower engine. If you click the arrow by cancel, it will bring up the windows for you to see at once. Why is this in millimeters? I don't want millimeters. All right, all right, all right. How about we... We go 94.9. Nope, nope. That's... Okay. By 88.4. There we go. I've played this game so many times, it's difficult. Yeah, I'm starting to figure that out. So we'll go with a 3.7 inch by 3.48 inch bore and stroke. No particular reason. Maybe the firing order will be, you know, 1 8 5 3 4 6 7 or something, 8 something. You know, it's fine. It's fine. Yep. If you know, you know. It's a small block Chevy. I'm just curious. Let's see what this does. Go to the office and change your settings before getting far into it. It has standard measurements. I did. Yeah, I did. And it was like, no. Unless I missed it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
One 18436 That's it. I know a small block Ford's firing order. 15426 Sorry. Actually, they changed it a bunch of times. Oops. No, get that crap off the screen. I selected inches, damn it. See you last, please. I'm kind of busy right now. That's cool. We can talk more about that in Space News. Hey, Aldezert. Oh, go good. What's up, Bunkum? How are you? Ah. Wait, I should be able to load a design here, right? Okay. Still in millimeters, but I'll figure it out, JDG. We got a 2 horsepower engine that makes 16 foot-pounds of torque. All right. You unchecked inches? I don't think I did, man. Let's do this for like the 10th time. It's a 200-pound motor that makes 16 horsepower. That's pretty bad. Let's see if we can make a lawnmower engine. £196 for 2 horsepower. Hey, Alien, what's up, man?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
$1,500 RPM. All right, let's go. No diesel electric option, huh? No. Hey, Schmoog, 114 months. Make all the torques. Oh, we could just increase fuel economy. That's not really how that works, but all right. I mean, fuel economy be damned. Who cares about that? Let's see if we can spec everything into the engine and just make a terrible chassis. From what I can tell here, it looks like you can just sell motors. If I'm looking at that right, it looks like you might just be able to sell engines. You don't need to sell cars. It looks like you can become a supplier if you really want to. You got a seriously love-hate relationship with cars. I've been hit by them twice. First was in a drive-through. Then just add to the fun, I got hit in a totally different spot. And don't even get me started on the time I got hit by a parked car. At this rate, I'm starting to think cars are just trying to make me the newest crash test dummy. Is that a copy pasta? Ford wasn't invented in 1900. Ford was founded in 1903. Yeah, the modern Ford Motor Company.
Discovery.
Little bit
go
of a
at throttle
history
up.
lesson, guys. There was a Ford Motor Company that was started in 1899 by Henry Ford, and it didn't work. He failed. He failed miserably. He failed miserably. And then he sold that company. That company is still around today. He sold that company, and he founded Ford Motor Company in 1903. Anybody know what that company is? Cadillac. Yeah, that's right. Henry Ford founded Cadillac. True story. Yep. Not a lot of people know that. He sold the company to a venture capitalist, and they renamed it Cadillac. Cadillac was the name of the French explorer that discovered, well, where Detroit would be. Yep. Yep, Cadillac was founded by Henry Ford. Yep. Here. See? Interesting, huh? Tabbing out of this seems to kill the music and the everything else. All right, so can we save this design like halfway done or no? FYI, Ewok's Fusion is now in the shop getting its second flywheel replacement. Broke 2 hours from home on our way to vacation, so keep an eye on Brimo's. What motor do you have in yours, Geek? You broke a flywheel? How the hell did you... What? Oh, yeah, there is a recall for that, isn't there? I'm pretty sure. Maybe a discussion for another day, but I've always been curious how Ford ended up with Aston Martin. They bought it. Ford. It's a 4-cylinder turbo. There's two different. Is it a 2.0 turbo? 2.0 turbo, front wheel drive, all wheel drive. What is it? All right, let's do this again. I've never had any problems with that car. In fact, I just detailed the Fusion. I did it over the weekend. Interior and exterior. Partially the exterior. I didn't get all of it, but... Ford bought Aston Martin for basically nothing as a luxury brand to compete with Ferrari. Never did much with it, though. I'm gonna be real with you, Tessa. To say that they never did much with it, though, is kind of hilarious. We taught you guys how to make cars correctly. Ford did, yeah. Ford taught you how to make cars right. Because, let's be real, you couldn't make cars correctly. Yeah, true story. All right, let's see if we can see this through this time. 94.9, 88.4. I don't care about fuel economy. That doesn't bother me. Just got back. If I understand correctly, this is it's a car company simulator. Watch the project cost. What car are you making? A nice one? Yeah, that's bad. That's too much. Slight increase on performance, slight increase on dependability right there. Summary. We're gonna make a lawnmower engine. We're gonna make a lawnmower engine, chat. That'd be awesome. Five by 5, 5 inches by 5 inches, that's fine. Save. Engine 1. Build it. The engine model. We call it SBC1. Sprunk Motors. Sprunk Block Chevy. No. Small block sprunk. Yeah, there you go. Build it. Non-synchronous. Oh. No. I suppose we could do a 1-speed for now. We're not going very fast. But a 2-speed would be... No, that motor's gonna make a lot of power. So let's go with a 1-speed. Overdrive? Wait, I don't...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey Siri, in 114 months, we built this city on gears. Transaxle, we don't need it to be a transaxle. We don't have synchros. Synchros haven't been invented yet. They wouldn't be invented until the 30s. We want more torque. Low end and high end gearing. There's one gear, guys. It's one gear. Front gearbox 1. Save. Yeah, alright. Let's just go with that and see what happens. Sprunk gearbox 1. No. Sprunk motors transmission 1. Build it. Chassis advanced. Carriage frame. Front leaf springs. Okay. Suspension. Let's go right down the center for that. I'm just curious to see what happens. The sprunk block, small block sprunk. Have you played this before? No, never in my life. The K1 or something. Yeah, I remember this. Yeah, we never had a problem with it, Geek, but yeah, I'll see what we can see. I think we may have, Brimo may have brought it in for the recall, if I'm remembering correctly. I think it was still under warranty at the time, because we were a lessee. Maybe. I don't remember. Because, yeah, we've never had problems. I've never had any problems with it, ever. But I know somebody has monkeyed with that car before other than me, because, yeah, when it was a lease, I didn't work on it. You know, who knows? We have no completed vehicle designs. Those... What the hell? You have to put the parts on it. Yeah, yeah, I figured that much. Ah. No, that's fine. I don't have door handles, there's no doors. Why are my wheels not mounted with the... Oh god. No. Oh. Yeah, we're good. Guess not. What? I just made it, and I just saved it. Can we... I didn't... Yeah, dual exhaust for our single cylinder engine. All right. Vehicles getting less than 75% optimal brake-specific fuel consumption to improve fuel economy, reduce weight, decrease drag, adjust gearing, use more gears, or use an engine with more horsepower. It's taking into account brake-specific fuel consumption in 1900. Put a Spitfire motor in it. I think a Spitfire motor is bigger than this entire car. Try coupe. Customize. God. I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no gas in it. This probably wasn't the best game to play on a Monday, because now I'm not getting the UI. What the hell? You guys want to go adjust the ride height on the Camaro? On the Camaro? We could do that until Space News if you want. Yeah? I need to give this another shot when my mind isn't just a piece of crap today. I don't mind this game. It's actually pretty cool. But, yeah, it's very... What is that picture on the wall? I'm not 100% sure. I've never played a game where the save condition is blowing your brains out with a the quitting condition is blowing your brains out with a 357. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. In quotes, Megadeth. Okay, that's a little weird. Push the button. You know you wanted. No, no, I didn't do it. That's okay. Let's. That game's a little strange. 10 out of 10. Mind blown. Yeah, that. Not sure I'm into that game. I like the dark humor aspect. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'll switch this to just science and technology, and then we'll just play in the garage instead. I'll admit on that's kind of on me because yeah, that game is a little bit intense for a Monday morning. So we'll revisit that some other time, and we will go do science and technology on the YouTube stream. Yeah, and go from there. Road and track. Here's a setup guide. A step-by-step guide to setting up suspension at home. Oh, it's for members only, though. The story is for Road and Track members only. Car production and workers. I think workers might have a better car production than that, but we need to set up steel and everything. Too much wobble pops yesterday from the Patriots game? No. How? I'm not a member. That's what it says for me. Yeah, here. I'll show you. Okay. I will go out into the shop. I'll see you guys. I can kind of read it. I'll see you guys out there in a second. Stand by for loss of signal from the office, as expected. Okay. Can you hear me? I was going to say we got the Freiburger special going over here today because I wasn't going to wrench. But this was my backup plan, so just in case Gear City laid an egg. And it's not a bad game. It's just going to take some time for me to understand it. And yeah, it's going to take some time. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Yep. 5x5. Good. Yeah. All right. So I have to set up the suspension on this car. And I'll admit, I know what camber caster and tow is, but never done this before. So yeah, we're gonna have to figure that one out. Yeah, let me get everything configured and then we'll go. And I'll probably go put some shoes on. 5x5, is the sync okay? Let that sink in. Welding with those sandals, you don't. Yeah. The sink is in the kitchen. There's no sink in here. I don't have water in this garage. Just to be very clear. I can't help with the caster front, but can with camber and tow. Yeah, Svio. All right, that's good. Yeah, the tow should be pretty easy. Everything's fully adjustable here. The only thing that isn't adjustable is the spring rate. So I'm pretty sure I know how to do everything. I just have to kind of sit there and look at it enough, and it'd be good if I had people here that knew what the hell they were doing. So I haven't let that sink in. No, not in this building. No. All right, so just give me one moment. I will be right back. I'm just going to go put some shoes on. I'll be back in a second. got shoes on. All right. Okay. Let's get this sucker going. I don't think we need the tail for it today. It's not like it's windy in here. So I'm just gonna put that down right there. Okay, I gotta move this thing forward a little bit. I did drive it around. It's not, take it out of gear. Listen to this noise. Oh, that's just a lovely noise. It's a lovely bunch of coconuts. Stay. No, no, no. Put her in first. Okay. All right. It's fine.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
What do you call a peanut in a spacesuit? An astronaut.
Don't do that again. Don't do that again. Hang on, let me just get the YouTube chat up and running. You'll allow it? No, you won't. No, you won't allow it. This is my stream. Oh. Toe last, ride height first. Yeah. Okay. So, all right, let me bring everybody up to speed. I got to adjust the front suspension for this and probably the rear as well. This car is a car that I've been working on. It's actually not mine. It's a viewer's car. A good friend of mine, Ernok in chat. He's one of my moderators. It's a 91 Camaro RS. It's got a 305 with a 5-speed behind it, and it's got a 342 posi rear end that we actually put in. It's got rear discs in the back, full coilovers, front and back, full QA1 suspension kit. We got a QA1 cross member, or no, not a QA1. We got a Spone Motorsports cross member and a full QA1 kit. I'll show you. It doesn't look like much here, but underneath this thing, it looks like a spaceship, which is actually super cool. The thing about it is that I was just trying to get the suspension in. I was just trying to get all the suspension in there, and now I have to adjust it. Like, you got to make sure the tires are pointed straight, you know, like, so you don't drive down the road with the wheel like 90 degrees to the right or something. Time to break out the string and a level. Yeah. Nova Raptor, so it's impossible to say. I'm not saying that out loud. I don't know why, but I'm not going to do it. Okay. So here, let me get the other cameras rolling here, and I'll bring you guys up to speed. I got to turn the other cameras on. So that's one. I got to get the USB extension for the other. The USB extension is in the office. My good USB extension. The shop wrecked the other one. Man, that Gear City was a weird game. It's not very intuitive when you're playing it, so I'm kind of like, maybe we'll put it in the after hours slot or something, because I'm just, yeah, there's a lot of stuff to kind of get through real quick. So, all right, let me get that. That goes like that. But yeah, I'm sure we'll get it. I'll just try it another time. Let me get the second camera on. There we go. And okay, that one's working. And that one's working. So maybe you could see it a little bit better from this angle. The front of this car is riding way high. We have to fix that. Fix that. Yeah, it's riding way too high. When I adjusted the suspension, I adjusted it way too high, but then again, I didn't really know what was up. I've never installed a QA1 kit or anything like that before, so yeah, it's a little bit off. Like you can see the back is way down low and the front's way up high. It looks like it's taken off going down the drag strip, which is good, but we don't want that. We don't want that, right? Yeah, we don't want that when it's sitting still. We want it when it's going down the drag strip. So, all right. I did clean up a little bit here in the shop. I had all the tools all over the floor and everything, and now we gotta set everything. So we gotta tackle that ride height first. I gotta get this thing a little bit more forward, and should probably move it a little bit to one side, a little bit more over this side, so I can kind of get at it, because there's a bunch of the old parts for this thing sitting on the ground right there, and it's tough to work on the wheel with that there. So let me get the keys real quick, and we'll go from there. Oh, there we go. Got to open up the garage, because I'll just start it up. I'll start it up and we'll move it. All right. I keep the keys in the office. No, I'm not telling you where. The sunlight, it burns. Yeah. Quit your belly aching, you weirdo. All right. I had this working. There we go. Cool. All right, so I gotta go that way with it just a little bit. Prepare for Titanic door noises. Oh, the hinges are shot. We should do a stream replacing it, but it's a little bit of a pain in the butt to do. That's a big job. Come on, baby. All right. Listen to that 305, that 5 liters of fury. It's got the wrong 5 liter in it, I'm not gonna lie to you. The truck, the red truck, oh my God. The red truck has the right 5 liter in it. Yeah, these hinges are totally shot. Yeah, it's not aligning with the striker. Frick it, whatever, it's fine, don't care. That's what happens with these F-bodies. There are bushings inside of that. And the bushings, they have like a brass bushing. So you have your hinge, right? And then there's a pin that goes through it, and there's brass bushings. They are shot. Yeah, I don't know if you can tell. The door doesn't even shut anymore. Maybe we should, it's not even contacting the striker right anymore. Freaking Chevys, man, I swear. I've never seen a Ford do that before. Just saying. Just saying. It only happens on Chevys, and it's not even catching the striker, so now we gotta fix it. That's great. You know what you need to do to fix the hinges on that? You gotta take the bumper off. You gotta take the quarter panel off. You gotta take the hood off. And then you gotta take the door off. And the door weighs 100 pounds. It's like 48 kilos. Yeah, That's gonna be fun. All right, let me go get my water and then we'll get to adjusting the suspension. Fox bodies do it too? Why would you admit that, SVO? Why would you admit that? Just cut the doors off and leave them off. Seriously though, this is not good. It's not even contacting the striker anymore. Lovely. Lovely. I'm sure that's fine. Maybe we just bring her out here. Nope. Doesn't even want to close. That's great. The hinges are toast, Geek. Yeah, they're gone. They're gone on both sides, but now they're so bad opening and closing this. Look. Yeah, that's no good. It won't even contact the striker right anymore. There we go. Nope. Can't drive it around like that. That was working just fine until a second ago. That's great. Of course it breaks on stream. Why wouldn't it? All right. Well, now I'm annoyed because that's a project. That's a really big project. Whatever. Frickin' Mondays, dude. Yep. I sent you a link for the repair kit on Discord. As if I didn't know what a Dorman 38401 kit is. Hellfish, that's cute. Good joke. Yeah, I know. I know there's kits for it. I know. It's a big job. That's a lot of work to fix that stupid thing. If you guys want to see me do it, I mean, I know how to do it. Adjusting it is going to be a pain in the butt, but we don't really have a choice at this point because the thing decided to completely zonk out right. I opened and closed this door a bajillion times over the weekend, and it's fine. And now that what happened is the hinges got walled out enough that it can't contact the striker correctly. It's too sagged, which just is annoying. They find that the hinges just went. Congrats, you broke Ernok's car and it's on VOD for him to see, believe me. And man, I like this car. I think this car is cool. Sometimes I want to drive it in a ditch and just kind of leave it there, Fleetari style from My Summer Car. Sometimes. I'm just... Whatever. Put the keys away so I know where they are. I just want to drive it in a ditch and be like, oh yeah, sorry, it was stolen. I wouldn't actually do that, but it was stolen. Sorry. That sucks. That sucks that it finally went. It's real. This is not good. Can't drive it around like that, so now I'm annoyed because that's a lot of work. Crap. And I have to undo all the front bumper work that I did. I mean, I don't know, guys. Should we bother messing with the damn suspension? I can go buy the kit for that, but I'm going to be gone for a couple hours because I have to go get it. I know where it is. There's a bunch of local parts stores that have it, but they're not near me. Let's focus on the suspension for now, I guess. Suspension first, okay. Okay, so the first thing to fix is that the ride height is way too high up front. We gotta lower it, but in order to do that, I kinda need the tires off, or we could just try to get at the springs without it, but I don't really like lowering the ride height on a car when I'm underneath it. So, let's see, how do we wanna do this? Let's think about this. I have to adjust the springs. The springs are easy to adjust. I have tools to do it. These are special spring adjustment tools that come with the QA1 kit. They look like sickles almost, but see, they have teeth. Here, I can switch cameras actually now that I'm thinking about it. So these things have teeth that pick up on the suspension adjuster, and you can raise and lower the height that way. So we could do that when we're just sitting underneath the car, but I mean, it's not that big of a deal. It's just gonna be a pain in the butt to get at. The right way to do it would be to take the tires off. And if we're gonna take the tires off, we gotta raise the car up. If you had a 4-post lift, you could do it as one piece. Thank you for the insightful and helpful comment, man. I'll get the floor jack. All right, whenever I jack something up, I put a piece of wood on this because metal on metal is gonna scratch it. And let's be real, the performance kit, if I show you guys this, you're probably gonna be like, nah, you don't wanna scratch that up. So, oh, I gotta chalk the rear end, hold on. Make sure the car's in gear. She's in gear. Put some stuff behind the rear wheels. I got more stuff over here. Where's the other stuff? I mean, I still gotta put the adjustable e-brake in there to get the e-brake to work too, but that's our stretch goal. Highly doubt I'm getting that done today, but we'll see. Ah, old motor mounts. It's a good wheel chock, good enough. She's not going anywhere. Yeah, the e-brake doesn't work, which is why I'm chalking the wheels. I mean, you should chalk the wheels anyway, but ridiculous. All right, let's get this thing up in the air. Those motor mounts make great wheel chocks. Rear wheels ain't even moving. Let's go. Okay, that should be enough. Oh, come on back now. What are you raising it from? The cross member. Positioning the jack stands right. You don't ever want to get underneath a car that's held up with a jack. That's a good way to get squished. Okay, gonna set this down now. It might bring the rear end of the car up just a little bit, but coming down. Like that. Because the only real good place to get at this is on the unibody frame rails, I guess. And that's behind the center of mass, so it brought the rear end up a little bit, but as long as these can move, we're good to go. All right, let me get my trim tool. We'll pop the hubcaps off, and then I'll get the impact and we'll take this stuff off. As long as the stands aren't from Harbor Freight. Those ones are not. They're from AutoZone. All right. My trim tool. Where's my impact? It's just like summer car. Where the heck did my impact wrench go? Oh, there it is. All right, guys, there could be some loud noises here with the impact gun. I'm just gonna take these off. Just taking the wheels off. I didn't tighten down these lugs too hard. They're just cinched in with the impact wrench. I didn't torque them to spec. Yes, I was driving around on this, but I wasn't driving around on it for very long. I took it down to the driveway. I have like a dirt path that comes up to the garage, and I just drove it down there, out of the driveway, around the block and back. It's not very far. I know you really want to torque these to specifications. I know. I had a bad experience once. I had a bad experience. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about what happened. I didn't lose a tire going 70 miles an hour down the highway. Just put that over there. It was actually like 50, but hey, whatever. I had a feeling that after I drove it around that I would have to take these off again anyway, so. All right, so here, let me set this camera up here so you guys can see. There. If you look, it's like a spaceship under there. Let me get the lights. So I did all the suspension work on this. Some of it on stream, some of it not, but it's all brand new under here. I got new tie rods. That sway bar was really difficult to get into position. Control arm, cross member, coil. We retain factory spindles and calipers because, yeah, they're fine. It's not like a super race car, but this right here, that is what we got to fix. Or quote unquote fix. Oh. Oh, no, that's all right. That's fine. All right. So, we're just adjusting this here. It's not that big. Not that big of a thing. Trying to see if I can get you guys just a better camera angle. Give me 1 second. This thing is magnetic, so the gimbal camera. So you're going to go upside down here for a second. That's not disorienting at all. No, no, it's fine. Yeah, no, it's not. You guys enjoying the top of the wheel well? All right, here, how about on the sway bar? There we go. That's fine. Okay, so you guys are on the sway bar. We have a well-lit shot. Here's our adjusters right here. So see these two? We got to adjust those. It's basically this is your spring retainer, and then that's a jam nut. I set it just kind of in the center. We have a threaded component right here on the strut, right? And I set it in the center, that's all. And the center is much too high. So what we have here is this is called the coil over because you have a coil over your wheel. See the coil spring? It's a 250-pound QA1 spring. 250 pounds means you need 250 pounds of force to compress it 1 inch. So yeah, it's not that. That's basically what that means. It's a tight spring on purpose because the front suspension needs to be stronger because it's in this particular car. In this car, it's holding up the engine. So you got to go for a higher spring rate here. Now, if you guys are noticing, if you notice that it's hitting this, that's supposed to do that. The suspension at full droop is supposed to, it's going to contact this. What this is right here is the old, that's where the coil spring was, the old spring. So if it's contacting, it's not that big of a deal. How is this different from a McPherson? It really isn't. It replaced the coil spring and shock with a McPherson. That's basically what this is. It's just it's a coil over that's connected to it's a coil over that's connected to the spindle. It's basically a McPherson at this point. That's what this converted this to. It was a independent coil spring, and the coil spring was mounted on the control arm. But yeah. All right, so just take a measurement here. We're 2 5/8 from the bottom of the 2 5/8 from the bottom of the spring. All right, so what I'm going to do is we got to undo the jam nut first. This thing is just to make sure this doesn't move. This should adjust our ride height. So see, I loosened it, and now we just got to, I'm going to put gloves on. There's anti-seize all over this thing. Yeah, we got plenty of room to come down. Yep. Coil over. You got magnetic ride suspension? Yeah, okay. All right, let's get moving. I don't know, maybe I have to move you guys like right here. Nah, on the sway bar seems to be the right area. It's not the best shot, but it's close enough to get across what I'm trying to do. So we're 2 5/8 off the bottom of this. Let me get the metric just in case, the metric measurement. About 7 centimeters, give or take. We have to lower that. The car was 2 inches riding way too high, so honestly, like this needs to be like way down here. All right. Yeah, see, I coated this with, the gray is aluminumized paste. It's anti-seize to make sure that it doesn't, these things don't get stuck. That's what the instructions called for. Sometimes you just got to read the instructions. See, what I'm worried about is that when this thing is fully decompressed, I'm kind of wondering if the springs will be completely decompressed at full droop, which, I mean, let's be real. If that's the case, then you got other issues. Let's go down to where I stopped applying the anti-seize. So how far is that off? That's an inch. We're down basically 50 millimeter from where we were. I'll set it to exactly an inch. There. All right, now, where are my wrenches? Where did I put the wrenches? Oh, there they are. They're right by me. So now we just got to adjust this down. Can we do it that way? Doesn't want to. Yeah, this thing's just coated. That's on purpose, though. It's supposed to be like that, so we'll just use the wrench. So the weird thing is that I did this over the weekend. Or not over the weekend. I did this last week. I lowered this thing way down, and it didn't change the ride height, but I only did it on one side, just to see if the car would be like slanted or anything, and I didn't see much. But also, I didn't have the sway bar hooked up either, so some variables have changed. So we'll just adjust both of these down to 1 inch off the bottom of the coilover thread, or the adjustable thread, and we'll see where it gets us. Because right now this thing's got a Carolina squat like a pickup truck, and it's gross, and it's very sketchy driving it around. Very sketchy driving it around. But if anybody's wondering, I did, all this stuff is torqued with the exception of the spring adjustment right now. All the bolts are torqued to the specs that are called. Some of them is torque 2, so 22 to 25, like it really depends. Everything is torqued right to spec following the QA1 manuals. Like, I was very anal retentive about that because you don't, frankly, at the end of the day, you don't mess with suspension. Don't screw around with this stuff if you don't know what you're doing, which, I mean, I kind of don't know what I'm doing right now, but like, this is already pre-engineered suspension, so we're kind of going, seeing what we can do here. And personally, I don't mind the internet backseating me here because I don't want to mess this up. This is not, but I know enough about engineering too at the same time to know like who's given the decent enough advice and who isn't. Like, I know what camber caster and toe is. I've just never adjusted it on any car before. Most of my cars have leaf springs in the front, or twin I-beams, which is not adjustable. I mean, the Mustang does have coils, but that's all factory stuff, so it's not very adjustable. All right, see, the spring is moving now, which is like what I'm kind of like about, but it's okay. Let me check chat. All right, let me just check our measurement from the bottom of the jam. 24.7 millimeter, right on the dot, or just 1 inch. Or, yeah, no, not 24.7. 365. 25 mil. Yeah, 25.2, that's what it needs to be. All right, so there we go. It's supposed to spin like this as long as these don't spin independently. This is supposed to do that. This is sleeved over the strut. Okay. There is a Torrington bearing up there at the top, but this is what I was worried about. This is why I set it so high, because I don't like how the spring droops like that, but I'm pretty sure that's what it's supposed to do. So, all right, let me check chat real quick. Yeah, because this whole thing moves. That whole assembly, the strut is the strut's supposed to pivot because this whole thing moves, and it's supposed to spin. It's supposed to do that. That's why there's a Torrington bearing. But it seems like the travel on the shock absorber exceeds the spring droop here. But whatever, it's working. I mean, I guess all there is to do is just put this on the other side and send it. Do the same thing to the other side and go. So that's what we're going to do. Will the weight of the car compress it more? Yeah. We have a lot of play because we're at full droop. The whole suspension is decompressed because I have the car up on jacks. Other side, then trust, but verify. That's right. So I'm just going to do the same thing over here on this side. And let me get the light so you guys can see. Bring my tape measure. All right, you guys can see okay. So yeah, this one is adjusted way up as well. We're 2.5 or 2 5/8, I think is where I had it. Yep. Actually, that one was just 2.5 centered, but whatever. All right, so what we got to do is get the jam nut loose first. So that sometimes that takes both wrenches. Jam nut's loose. Once again, these are caked in NICs on purpose, so I have gloves on because that aluminum paste is really a pain in the butt to get off. All right, let's get the. Yeah, we're still 1.5 inches. So, yeah, this is the first step. We got to adjust the ride height, and then we'll adjust everything else. We got to do ride height, we got to do camber, we got to do caster, and we got to do toe. Those are kind of the 3 or 4. Well, ride height really isn't, but camber, caster, and toe are the 3 axes for getting your suspension set up straight. Long story short is you want the tires to be going straight. That's all. All right, we are 1 inch, almost exactly. Let me just turn this just a smidge. Back it up just a little bit. Yeah, that's 1 inch right up. That's perfect. So now we got to take this, and we have to start lowering the spring retainer nut. Yeah, getting that damn sway bar in there sucked. Look at it. I mean, I don't know if you guys can see how thick that stupid thing is. This is a thick boy sway bar. What that thing is designed to do is designed to keep kind of, it's basically, if you're watching me because we play Kerbal, it's a strut. It's a strut in the Kerbal sense of the term, not a car sense of the term. It basically holds the two control arms together to make sure that the body doesn't move too much relative to the control arms. It prevents what's called body roll. Body roll is like the car going around a corner. You don't want the whole body of the car to move too far to one side or another, because what you're doing is you're loading up your suspension that way. And if you bottom out, if you load up your suspension to a point where you bottom it out, you could destabilize the spring or destabilize the suspension. And yeah, if you've ever seen like a car going down the highway, if you ever like in your travels on the internet, seen a car going down the highway that spins, right? It starts to spin, right? And then it loads up the suspension and it hits a bump and flips over. It's because when the suspension is fully loaded up, when it's fully compressed, it is absorbing all of the energy that you can possibly give it. If you hit a bump when your suspension's at full stop or full compression, that force has to go somewhere, and it usually goes up into the car, breaks something, or that momentum, it's transferred as momentum and it flips the car over. Like you see the cars skidding down the highway left to right. They're loading up the suspension and then they hit a bump and the thing just goes. Yeah, you don't want to load up your suspension. The anti-roll bar helps prevent that, but once again, everything has its limits. If you're watching this, on a side note, if you're watching this because you like space, right? You're watching me because of Kerbal or the space coverage that I do. Booster 1062, what do you think happened there? 1062, when it came down to land, you loaded up the suspension too much. In this case, the suspension on Falcon 9 is the crush core. It's kind of a crumple zone that's built into the landing leg design. It's a one-time use suspension because you don't really want suspension when your rocket goes to land because it can spring around after landing. But if you fully compress the crush core, that energy has to go somewhere, and it went up the stack and bent the rocket till it fell over. Or bent, well, it didn't bend the rocket, it bent the strut. It bent the pneumatic strut. All that force had to go somewhere, and bottoming out the crush core manifested itself as a shearing load through the pneumatic struts that they used, and it snapped it like a twig. The energy has to go somewhere. You got to give a place to dissipate it. If you don't, yes, the metal will turn into your suspension. Same thing with a car. If we loaded up this suspension and if we bottomed it out, like if we jumped the car, the suspension, the kinetic energy has to go somewhere. It'd most likely go up here and stretch that, which is why, like, if your car gets hit, like when you're at an insurance, like if you get into an accident, God forbid, right? If you get into an accident and your car gets bent up enough to the point where too much energy was absorbed by the frame, the structural pieces of the car, the insurance company goes, no, nope. Hard pass. Because that, once you start bending the structure of the car, it becomes really difficult to fix. Which is why you got to be careful about buying cars that have been in an accident. That's why stuff like Carfax exists. We're 1 1/8 inch. We got to go down a little bit more. Where are we now? Got to go up. Turned it a little too far. Okay. So what I'm going to do is we're going to hold this. We did this on the other side already, but we're going to hold the retainer spring, and then we're going to grab the jam, and we're going to just twist them against each other. You want to get it to the point where the threads, which is just these threads aren't milled into the they aren't milled into the strut. It's a sleeve right there. You want to get it to the point where turning these turns the sleeve. See what I'm talking about? Now we're good. Okay. Ain't much else to do but put the tires back on and put her down and see if we got this thing right. Come on, little Faye. Hello. Come on now. There we go. Let me just make sure I didn't just mess that camera up. Yeah, we're still good. Hey. All right. Okay, so yeah, this is adjusting suspension in a nutshell. Tire comes on, tire comes off, tire comes on, tire comes off. We're probably going to do this 3 or 4 more times today, so. If you decompress the spring, wouldn't that make it higher? No, I decreased the amount of area between the bottom of the strut, between the bottom of it. It shouldn't make it, it shouldn't, trench foot, I don't think. Also, nice name. So what that did was move the spring up. We just moved it down, so there's less travel, but that should increase the ride height, or decrease the ride height, should. All right, let me put the tires back on. So we are a 1 inch off the bottom of the thread on each side. I made Ernok buy new lugs for this thing, dudes. I don't know if you guys saw the lugs that he had on this thing. I made him buy new lugs. I insisted on it. Look at this real quick. The hell are you supposed to do with that? That was the lugs that were on this. How is that a lug nut? It's like fluted. It's a fluted. I made him buy these. It's not keyed. This is not a keyed lug. We got it off with a regular socket, but the weird thing is that all of the lugs are like that. I mean, I understand if one's keyed, right, and the other 4 are fine, but they're all keyed, right, but they're all the same. Yeah, Sasquatch, that was my first thought. I'm like, oh, it's keyed because it's anti-theft, but they're all like that, and it's all the same key. Those are just the Gorilla Spline lug nuts. I hate them, SVO. I can't stand those things. They suck. Keep people from stealing your 88 Camaro rims. Yeah. Yeah, because this is super sought after, a stock GM wheel. All right, let me, you guys know the drill. Let me just catch the threads first. Once again, I'm just snugging these down. They're not, you should torque them, but I mean, you don't have to. I like doing that. I will torque them eventually. I've been just putting them on and off with the impact gun. Technically, you shouldn't use the impact gun to put stuff on because it's an impact gun. The impact gun is really good for removing things because it's like hitting it with a hammer, and then taking the thing off. Hit it with a hammer will break the rust, right? I don't generally like putting stuff on with an impact wrench. I mean, when I was in auto shop, I was taught, you know, you can do it, but if you stretch the lugs because you over torqued it, you could have a big problem, like the wheel coming off going down the road. So, I mean, technically the right way to do this is to hit it with anti-seize. Hit it with that aluminum paste. So, I mean, especially if you're in the Northeast like I am. Hit it with anti-seize, right? And then, like, put some anti-seize paste on it and then torque it to spec. Use a torque wrench to put things on. You use the impact gun to take things off. With that being said, you could use an impact wrench. I'm going to right now. I'm just going to snug them up. We're not going to torque to spec because this isn't the final time these are going to be off. Start pattern. You kind of want to go around the horn with the lugs. You want to go like top, bottom, left, right, etc., etc. These are 5 lug ribs, so you kind of make a star pattern. The reason why you do that is to ensure that the flange on the wheel is mated to the spindle, or mated to the hub correctly. You don't want to tighten one side first and pinch one side. You can do that, and you'll get death wobbles going down the road because your tire will be wobbling around like that. You don't, yeah, trust me, that's not something you want. Once again, had death wobbles before and a tire come off driving down the road on stream. Not fun, really not fun. Finger tight these things. So I'm just putting on the other one. I mean, you guys just saw what this is. It's just the same process over. If this was a YouTube video, this is where we'd be time-lapsing. But it's not. It's a live stream, so I have to sit here and feel the dead air. Everybody have a good weekend? Yeah, that's how you feel dead air. Ask Chad a question, right? That works. Dude, I am dreading taking that damn door hinge apart because I already, Hellfish, the truth of the matter is that I knew those, and anybody else that saw the door decide to door int, I knew those hinges were going to go just by opening the door. It sounded like the Titanic ripping in half. I knew they were going to go. It's just a matter of when. Of course they went on stream. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they go on stream? Of course that happens. And it's both doors. So I basically got to take apart like the whole front of this car to fix that. Because in order to get at the hinges, you have to mimic how they put this thing together on the assembly line. In order to do that, when they put the doors on, there's no front. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't need to pull the entire engine apart. We just got to take all the cosmetic stuff at the front. We got to take it all off. Which, once again, I know how to do it. You know, and if we do it one at a time, we probably don't need to take the hinge off at all, which is nice, but it still blows. That's so much work, dude. And like, I've watched a couple of videos. I know how to do it, but man, is it gonna suck. Because now the door won't close at all. The hinges went completely, which sucks. It sucks so hard, dude. Scope creep. It's not scope creep if the door doesn't shut there, guy. It's not scope creep. The door doesn't shut anymore. All right. It's not scope creep. It's more of a necessity at this point. Jim, I don't know how much you know about cars. You kind of have to make sure the door shuts to drive it down the road. I mean, you don't have to. I'm pretty sure law enforcement probably have something to say about that if you drive down the highway with the door open. Okay, get the jack up on the cross member, get this thing off the jack stands. Don't ever get underneath a car when it's being held up with a jack. I'll say this every time I do it, just don't ever do that. That's a hoisting device. It's not a holder. See how, like, when I went to get the jack stand, I'm kind of reaching underneath it? Because if, heaven forbid, if this thing falls, it's just going to push my hand down. It's not going to crush my hand, unless it's under the wheel, in which case I wouldn't put it under the wheel right now. All right, so I did some measurements before, over the weekend, of the front ride height. It was 29 inches from the ground to the fender on both sides. Let's see what it is now. We're going to bring this sucker down. There's the springs tensioning. I really don't like that noise, but that's what I mean about the spring droop. I can tell you right now, she's definitely lower. It's definitely lower. The jack was starting to hit the air dam and stuff. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, that's not bad at all. Let's get the tape measure. $27.5. I'm pretty sure that's factory. I mean, we gotta probably air up the tires a little bit. It's 27.75 on this side, but that's because that tire doesn't have any air in it. Bounce it. Sick. Oh yeah, that looks way better. Oh yeah. Dude, that's money. That's nice. That's real nice. She's still like light years up in the air. Light years is a unit of, you know, distance. Whatever. I mean, it kind of is, but yeah, at least she's level now. That's way better. Way better. Okay, give it a rip for us. Nah, not right now, Trenchfoot. Not right now. We still have to adjust camber caster and tow. But here, let me look at it from back here. Dude, she's still high in the front. You know what? I'm gonna measure from the lip of the rim to the quarter, because yeah, once again, if the tire's out, if the tires don't have air in them, so we're 22.5. We're about 57 centimeters from the lip of the rim to the quarter. Let's see what we are over here. It's riding a little bit high on this side, just a smidge. This is 22.75. We're a 1/4 inch higher on this side. I don't think that's going to be that big of a deal, but is your slab level? Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, it's level. It does look a lot nicer. Let me check the back. We might need to tool up the back springs just a little bit. Let's check back here. This is 22.75, so it's higher than that one. And then over here, we're at 22.75. So we're all good. I mean, the car is level right now. Ish, level-ish. It's level akin, all right? I set that side exactly the same. I don't understand why it wouldn't be. Maybe my eyes is crooked. But yeah, so measuring from the lip of the rim instead of the ground to the quarter panel is going to give me a pretty good representation of the ride height. Even if the slab is not level, but it is, so they don't think it'd be like it is, but it do. Yeah, Trenchfoot, tire pressure is why I measured from the lip. Why I measured from the lip to the quarter. Either way, it is a lot lower, and it's a lot, that's cool, man. It's a lot nicer. It looks great. Like, I don't know how well you guys can tell from the, I don't know if you guys can tell from the cameras, but it does look good. It's definitely noticeable. It's probably not as noticeable on the camera, but that's okay. Give us a side view. This is the best I can do. Best I can do. Yeah, definitely less clearance. Yeah, definitely less clearance there. You just want to hear it? Oh. Actually, you know what? Now that it's kind of level, I want to see if this. Nope, that's still very broken. Wait, why is it? The door locks. The door. Why? The striker catch is jammed closed. Dude, I don't want to know when the last time somebody oiled this thing was, because it looks like it hasn't been touched since 1991. The door latch is in the closed position, so I really hope that doesn't mean something broke with the opening mechanism, because that would suck. Nope, she's opening now. There we go. I got her to open. Oh, thank God the door closed. I had my punch right there. When going doors. Okay. No. All right, so we need to go down on this side just a little bit, right? So we got to get the car back up in the air. Yeah. So there's a latching mechanism and a door strike on the back here. The striker is a pin that's attached to the car, and then the door closes on it, right? And then there's a latch. It looks like a bike lock almost, and it kind of rotates into position. So when you pull the handle, it rotates that into a position where it can open the door. So where the door opens, striker stays still, right? And when you close it, it kind of loops around it. It was stuck in the looped closed position, which means that happens when the whole mechanism isn't kind of lubricated right. Just climb through the window like NASCAR. Dude, I don't think I can fit in there. No, we're not doing that. Yep, vetoed that plan. Go head first. No, I'm good. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do any of that. No, but thank you for the bits, even though that was a little bit ago. I'm back. How did City's gear lines go? My brain is not awake enough to do that. Right now, it's not awake enough to learn a new game. So we moved to adjusting ride height with the Camara. We did get it down, but we're a 1/4 inch higher on this side, so we got to get in there. I got to lower it a little bit. I'm kind of wondering if there's a way that I can do that with the wheel off, but probably not. Should we rake it a little bit, guys? What do you think? Should we lower the front a little bit more? I don't know. I kind of like the level ride height. I don't think we need to rake. The game was awesome. It turned suicide into a joke. Yeah, I'm not... Element, that didn't really sit too well with me. Yeah, I get it was a joke. I'm just... Kind of gave me the heebie-jeebies a little bit. Maybe we'll play automation or something. It did quote Megadeth, which is pretty rad, but... All right, let's get the other side down. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Oh, dude. Do I have some brew left over from yesterday? Hell yeah. Yeah, Jordan, it's got a 305. 305 in it, but the cool thing about this is that it's an RS. It's not an IROC. You can tell because of this. The RS had these weird air intakes on the lip kit. And because of that, it's a 305 with a T5 behind it. It's got a 5-speed, which is cool. 305s didn't really come with 5 speeds. It's a weird car. It's like the 97 F250 that I have that's just kind of a bunch of weird stuff because it was at the end of the line for this car. This type of Camaro, the 3rd gen, and Jordan, I don't know if you probably know this because the question that you asked, I'm just kind of saying for everybody else. This 3rd gen went from 1982 to 1992. They made it for 10 years. Tasty. And 91, they were getting ready to build the 4th gen Camaro instead. So they were just kind of piecing cars together. The interesting thing is that this has a 4th gen, it has a gauge cluster in it that looks a lot more like a 4th gen, which is strange. Like I'm used to the IROC style gauge cluster, but. Is that the official beer of the New England Patriots? The Samuel Adams Boston Lager? Oh yeah. So, yeah, 305 with a 5-speed behind it, they only made, I actually went and looked, they only made 11,000 of them. And I know what people are going to say, they only made 11,000? They made 1 million of these. From 1982 to 92, there was over 1 million of the 3rd gen style of Camaro made. So 11,000 out of 1 million is actually a pretty damn rare car, interestingly enough. For the people that like GM RPO codes and stuff. Yeah, that's actually super cool. We're probably going to get rid of the 305 because 305s suck. It's an awful motor. Makes a lot of torque, but only for like a second. Yeah, the ugly Catfish. Pace, the Catfish doesn't do it for me. Maybe a Pontiac WS6. That would be cool. But yeah, the 4th gen Camaro doesn't do anything for me. I think it's a weird looking car. It's not like this. This is a cool looking car. I like this. I think this looks great. It's really a beautiful car. Especially here, let me put the hood down. Let me show you. It's a nice looking car. Replace it with what? Replace the 305 with what? 5.3. 327. 5.3 will do us right. It's up to Ernock. It's not up to me. It's his car. I'm just working on it for fun because I like doing this stuff. All right, we got to bring this side down. Yeah, I got to get the car up in the air again. Not by much this time, though. Hell yeah. Brother, not much. Your voice sounds a lot different through the portable mic. Thank you. Keep it level. The ground effects under the door would look goofy otherwise. Yeah, you're not wrong, Craig. Yeah, all right, let's do it, man. All right, let me just double check my measurements. We got to lower it down on one side. We are at 22.5 here, exactly. Yeah, that's 22.5. And that's what the 2 rear tires are at 22.5, which is actually pretty good. This is, that's 9/16, 5/8, 11/16. Yeah, it's 22 and 5/8. Or for the metric folks, we are 57.5 centimeters. 5,700 millimeters. That's not, no, 57.5, yeah. Yeah, 22 and 5/8. All right. I got to lower that side just a little bit. It really doesn't need to come down too much. All right, so let's get the jack under there. I got to be careful now because it can hit the air dam because the car is a lot lower than it was. I used to be able to just get this jack under here. I hate that noise. The sound of the springs going twang as they decompress. Really don't like that. Okay, she's up in the air. Just needed enough to get the tire up off the ground. It's got to go a little bit more to get the jack stand underneath. Okay, I'm just gonna bring it down. The jack stand's only on one side, so. Actually, I'll just put the other one in, whatever, it takes 2 seconds. Okay, bring her down. Okay, I'm gonna do this quick, guys, so we can get her done. I'm just taking the thing off and adjusting the jam. NASCAR. 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 You got to say that if you're doing it fast. NASCAR. The Camaro looks great. Thanks, man. Tape measure, tape measure, tape measure. All right. Let me just do a quick adjustment. Doesn't need to go very far. I had that jam nut on there pretty damn snug. So wait, this side's got to go down, right? Down a smidge. Okay, I took probably a full rotation out of the jam. Let me just retighten it. All right, tire back on. This is kind of annoying, but you only need to do it once. This is like Gear City, right? kind of the same thing. Only less death by revolver. Less death by eating lead poisoning. I mean, I know suicide is a game mechanic in some games, but geez, I don't like that. All right. Of course, I moved the impact gun all the way over here. Jack's going back up. Okay, time to measure again. It's the same. Why is it the same? It would be nice to see it at Seekonk, yeah. Make sure you roll the car back and forth. Yeah, no, I haven't bounced. How is it the same? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, it's lower now. Yeah, it's settled. It's 22 and 7/16. We're 1/8 of an inch low on this side now. Let me just double check over here. Make sure this is the same. Oh, geez. $22 1/8. Wait a minute. That's 22 1/8. What is it on this side? It's 22 1/4. We're 1/8 of an inch off. We're dialing it in. We were 1/4 inch off. Now we're 1/8 of an inch off. Huh. Okay. I don't hit the enter key too early, level 1. Pump up the tires too. Yeah. Yeah, I'll get my compressor out. I mean, that's pretty damn close, dudes. I don't know. I mean, 1/8 of an inch. Like, I don't know what the nominal range for getting this right is. Oh, wait, I have the manual. Hold on. Hang on. We have the manual. I don't know if the manual, there's no adjustable ride height on the regular car though, so that's not going to help us too much. The driver's side is also on the carpet, if that means anything. Well, we're measuring from the, yeah, we'll probably, yeah, that's, yeah. I mean, I'm not sure if that's going to make a difference. I don't think so. Did you bounce it up and down to help settle it? Yeah, we did. We did. It's settled. We're basically at 22 1/4 on both sides. So that's yeah, that's pretty good, man. That's pretty much factory ride height. It's close. It's 1/8 of an inch on that side, but yeah, the rug might have had something to do with it, but also I'm measuring from the lip of the rim. But then again, if the whole car is offset, yeah, I'm gonna say that's all right. Am I? You guys tell me, am I being lazy? Am I talking myself into it, or is that what is it good? It's 1/8 of an inch off from side to side. Yeah, this is 22 1/8 from the lip of the rim element to the top of the quarter, or to the top of the wheel well. This is 22 1/4. The rug might be the difference here, but then again, I'm measuring from the lip of the rim to the top of the fender. So I don't know. I'd say send it. Don't chase your tail. Send it. It's fine. All right, cool. Good. Yeah, excellent. All right, sweet. That's what I wanted to hear. All right. What's next, boys? What do we do next? Camber caster and tow, which I don't know how to do at all. So let me get the manual here. Camaro Firebird, coilover, struts, caster, camber plates. What's on the list? Camber caster and tow. Just setting up the front suspension so it's aligned correctly. And then I do need to adjust the panhard bar, and we need to install an adjustable e-brake in this to go with that rear end. So yeah. And I got the doors closed. All right. So here, what is this, Hellfish? It's easier than you think. All right. Yeah, see, it's going to make uneven wear on your tires if you don't get the alignment right. See how the tread's really good over here, but it's not over there? That's from running too much camber. I don't have that. Oh, jeez. I don't have any of the plates or anything. Don't need it. 2 strings, different heights. Oh dear. What the hell? Are there screws on top of the shock mounts? It's slotted, dude. Yeah, we can adjust camber and caster. I was gonna show you. Here, let me flip us over to this camera. So here, take a look. See what I'm talking about? There's slots. There's 2 plates, right? And you slot it. You have to adjust the slot. I'm just looking for what this what is it looking for factory spec? No, that's not going to get us anything. Hold on. One of these manuals in here is going to tell us what we're looking for. That's for the torque arm, not adjustable. Nope. One of these has the specs. Just got to find it. Nope. Give me a second. That's shock adjustment. Lower control arms, perhaps. I don't know why that would have it. One of them is has the factory specs on it, like what you should adjust camber caster and toe to. It's like a chart that none of these seem to have. That's good. Nope. That's the sway bar. Coil over. Nope. Dude, I swear I have all the instructions for everything that we've done on this. That's trailing arms, so that's the back. This is the most hench stream. It reeks of superosity. What's up, Rig? Ah, there it is. I found it. All right. 82 to 92, Camaro and Firebird. It's looking for -1, 0 to -1 for street driving. That's for the camber. 4 to 6 degrees Casper. I need more coffee. 4 to 6 degrees caster and a 16th to an 1/8 toe in. All right, not a big deal. Hooray, I helped. Yeah, I could load the suspension by putting everything on jack stands, getting the whole car up off the ground, yeah. I think we got to get her up in the air again, though. Because you have to unload the suspension if you're going to adjust the caster and the camber. Yeah, so, ow. Let me pop the hood here. We'll see what we got. Let me just make sure that I got YouTube chat open. Check rear wheel alignment first, James. You think so? I mean, that's the only thing to really adjust back there is the panhard bar. Take a measurement before you lift so you know. Be able to do that in the air. Nice dissolve. All right, it's getting hot in here. Damn it. It's not even hot outside. I'm just sweating my balls off in here. Okay. All right. Let's get the hood up. All right, come here. So, see that? See how these are slotted? That's your adjustment right there. See? I centered it as best as I could, but it's still a little, I mean, it's not perfect. Yeah, I got to figure out how to do this, though. I mean, we obviously got to unload it. That's been torqued, so we don't want to touch that. That's the top of the top of the spring and the top of the coilover. There's a Heim joint in there, so you can move this stuff around, and it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Yeah. All right. Let's get going. Hi. Just stay there. That's how it came from the factory. This is how it came from the factory. Goth car. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. The engine light doesn't turn on. You'd fit a bear in there easily. Yeah, it's got a bad ground because it's loose. I found this thing mounted in there with self-tappers. So I put new tech screws in there and called it a day, but it's still got a bad ground. But it works, so that's good. All right, get the whole car up in the air, huh? Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, all right. Let me think about how I want to do this. Like, how high do we want to get? I mean, we got to put it down on the suspension, right? So we got to take the wheels off. We got to take all fours off, right? That's what we're doing, right? Taking all four of them. Because I'm not sure how to do this. To be 100% real, I'm not sure how to do it. I mean, I can adjust the panhard in the back. I know that the rear end's kind of off to one side a little bit. We could probably get away with doing that first. Minimal height, just enough to get all four off the ground and the suspension loaded. If you got 2 tape measures and a couple of 2x4s, you can take quick toe measurements on the front. Does QA1 have videos? Yeah. Yeah, they do. I'm not sure if they have videos for this exact kit, but yeah. I'm just sorry. I got it Monday. I got to think about. I knew we had to adjust the ride height. That was something that was solid in my head. I just got to think about how we're going to do the rest of this. I blanked. God dang it. Frickin' Mondays, dude. About to make another pot of coffee. The camber measurements will all be geometric since you don't have the fancy tools for it. Yeah, okay. Do the camber and then the caster and then the toe in with the string off of the rear wheel. It's not easy. I really want to read more about this before I do it on stream. Yeah, I kind of want to read more about this before I go and mess with it. The ride height, I knew what to do. And I'm happy that I got the freaking front down. That really makes me happy, actually. But, yeah, we do eventually got to do all the adjustments, so I figured probably should take the car and put it up. What I could just do is take relative measurements from the top of the plate here. We can take relative measurements from the top and just set both of them the same for now. There's a ton of research out there, so I chose to stream for suspension theory. Yeah. Well, I wasn't planning on doing this today anyway. But Gear City kind of laid an egg for me. I wasn't really interested. It didn't really hold my attention too much. I was planning on doing this sometime this week, but we got the ride height done now, which is actually pretty rad. Might just take it to an alignment shop and call it a day, but nah, we should figure out how to do it. We should figure out how to do it. What time is it? 3:25. Someone's balding hard. Thanks for the update, Rick. Appreciate it. You got anything else useful to contribute, or are you just going to be a douchebag in my chat all day? All right. I'm trying to think about, okay, so if I get the jack stands on it, what am I going to put on the jack stands? I don't want to screw up the control arms. I'm trying to think. Man, I mean, Hellfish, you're a jerk, but you're not wrong. This would be easier with a lift. Just put the thing up on the lift, and then we can just get at everything. I don't want to, I got to find, like, stuff to put the wheels and tires on, dude, because I don't want the jack stands to mess it all up. It's like a freaking spaceship under there. It's all nice and shiny, and I don't want to scratch it because then it'll get rusty. Cool. Rags, just remember to fold them the same amount of times, yeah. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. Like, yeah, because it's not just put something on there. It has to be the same height, and if it's not the same height, we'll screw up the geometry completely. That's why it's not just as simple as just put the jack on, man. Like, it's not that simple. Trust me. You know what? Maybe the manual has something on how to adjust it. Let me see. I'm pretty sure it just says take it to an alignment shop. Grease all the zerks. A professional alignment should be performed before driving the vehicle. It is a good idea to make the alignment shop aware of this, as the alignment shop will only try to align the vehicle to factory specs. These alignment specifications for vehicles equipped with QR1. All right. Where are Freb and Bluefist? Freb's right there. They're outside. This might be a very stupid question, but how did you get into doing stuff on your own car as opposed to taking it to a garage? Just watch videos? Yeah, Amar, you gotta want to. Like, you gotta want to. Working on a car is like, it's just like playing any video game. You just get better at it the more you do it, right? There's a certain mentality about how to go about like working on it. And if you like, I'm not saying that this is the wrong way to do it. It's just a different way. Like, if you Like if your car breaks and you're like, oh, I want to go fix it, let's look up a video. You're going to have a hard time because you don't know anything about cars, right? Like it's something you kind of have to chase. You know what I mean? How did I start? But like if you want to know technically how I started, I just started doing preventative maintenance on cars in my parents' driveway. Like on my car, on my parents' car, I'll do the oil changes, stuff like that. I learned how to do that from a high school automotive class. You know? Just how to do basic stuff. Like change the oil, air filter. Like that's probably a good place to start. How to do preventative maintenance. That would probably be where I would suggest anybody to go if you want to learn it, dude. It's not a stupid question either. Like, yeah, you just kind of dig more and more. You got to keep doing it. You can get, like, wrenching is something that you got to keep doing, and if you don't keep doing it, you're going to get worse at it. It's one of those things. Like, yeah. I mean, a lot of the stuff stays with you, but yeah. Like, yeah. It takes time, and yeah, I have a lot of project cars. Like I have a lot of cars that I have to work on so I can wrench almost every day, and that's what I do. I usually am in here before the stream starts. Fair enough, it just seems like a huge learning curve along with the risk of messing it up along the way. That's the biggest one. That's the biggest challenge that any person that wants to work on cars has to go through. Don't mess it up. But as long as you're careful and considered, and you really do your research, really know what you're doing, and that takes time, you can get it right. It's not that, dude, like, okay, here's the thing. I know exactly what you mean. It takes a long time to get it right. It takes a long time to get it in your head to get it right. Like, you have to kind of overcome that, and you have to have a little bit of confidence in yourself. Like, there's definitely a mental component to this. Yeah, but getting over that hump, like, oh man, what if I break something and then I have to take it to the mechanic? Like, just remember, like, the thing that when I was really, really learning about a lot about this, the thing that I remember the most, or like I constantly had to remind myself is like, look, these things they are designed to be worked on by not mechanical engineers. They're not, you don't need to be an engineer to work on this. It helps, don't get me wrong. But you don't need to be, like, you got to remember that this is designed to be fixed in a shop in like 5 minutes or like a day. You know what I mean? It's not rocket science. It's not a rocket. Not everything is to like super precise tolerance. It's just good enough, right? That's something that's important to understand. Because I was like super worried if like a nut wasn't turned like perfectly like the other nut, like it was gonna break. No. These cars are not that complicated. Especially older stuff. It's not that complicated. Even newer stuff to an extent, not that complicated. It's not a rocket. It's not an airplane. Like, you just got to get it good enough, right? And that's a thing, that's a really important thing to understand. But even if you want to be like super anal retentive about stuff, like me, I make sure I torque everything. Everything is torqued to spec. So like the factory calls for you to tighten the bolt to a certain amount. So you need a torque wrench, right? I torque everything to spec. Everything gets done exactly like how someone who did do the engineering wants, right? Like you tighten a bolt certain amount, and the torque wrench will let you tighten it and let you know when it's tightened enough, right? That's what I was talking about, like torquing lug nuts and stuff. You could cinch them with an impact wrench. That's not really what you're supposed to do, right? But yeah, I mean, you got to remember, somebody's done the engineering for you already. They did the hard part for you. It's just adhering to the rules that they set, the constructive rules that they set, right? And you start learning that with preventative maintenance, you know, changing tires or changing the oil, stuff like that. Learning how the engine works probably helps too. Are we going to face the sand today? I don't know, maybe. It depends. Fair enough, appreciate all of that. Yeah, it's not, dude, it's not hard. It's really not. I would say it's more of a mental component than anything. You know, getting over the hump of like, oh, I'm going to break something. No, probably not. If you do everything right, it's not breaking. So like the first suspension on anything that I ever completely redid was on this truck. This truck, I redid all four. Well, it's got leaf springs with solid axles, so it's its suspension is probably more in common with a wagon, like a horse and buggy on this truck, than it is like a car, for instance. But when I redid it, I had the manual, and I knew what to tighten every single bolt to. You tighten it to a certain spec. You tighten this to a certain spec. You tighten that to a certain spec. And doing all that, I know that the suspension isn't going to break. It's not going to. It's not gonna. I did everything that the book said, and it's not. You can have the confidence to know that if that bolt is torqued to the right spec, it's not going to break. That's what somebody already did a mountain of math and engineering to make sure that if you tighten that to that spec, that bolt doesn't break unless you like drive the car off of a bridge or something. Don't do that, right? And that actually, doing stuff like that gives you a lot of confidence. You build up your confidence over time. That I'm telling you, that's a huge component to it. And then once you get to the point where you're working on stuff, right? And it's funny because like even 5 years ago, I never would have messed with suspension. I never would have had the confidence to put this, like completely redo the suspension on this car, let alone not mine, right? But, you know, I look at it now, and it's not hard. It's just tighten the bolts, just follow the instructions. Just read the instructions. It's not difficult, right? Could you use wax rings as boots on the stands or use small throw pillows? No joke. I think my wife would kill me if we used our throw pillars. Throw pillars, yep. Would be great with an independent rear. My truck, yeah, right. I keep hearing conflicting info on that. What exactly is the procedure for getting a bolt nut to torque spec? Crank till torque wrench tells you to stop, and quarter turn in what direction, quarter turn needed. Element, it depends. It depends. So there's torque to sequence, and then there's torque to yield, okay? Two different things. Torque to sequence means tighten it to 20, like I'm making up numbers. Tighten a bolt to 50 foot-pounds first, and then go to 80, 50 to 80. So like if you see a hyphenated torque spec, 50 to 80 foot-pounds, tighten it to 50, let it sit for a second, then tighten it to 80. That's torque to sequence, right? I mean, not exactly. It's not actually called sequence. Torquing in sequence means the pattern, the combination of bolts, right? But yeah, there's torque to, and then there's torque to yield. I forget what the to thing is. I forget what it's called. But so torque to yield would be tighten it to 50 and then back it to 30. That's what I mean about doing the math. Somebody did the math that if you stretch that bolt and then compress it, it's going to be right for the application. That's what I mean about a mechanical engineer doing the work for you. Yeah, that's the important part. Somebody did a lot of material science there and a lot of calculus to figure out exactly where you want that bolt torqued to. Stages, that's what it's called. But it depends. It depends on the type of bolt, dude. It depends on what you're doing. Yeah, we'll definitely just start learning preventative things and build up from there, like you said. It's a dream of mine to fix up a 67 Mustang. Oh, Amar, 67 Mustangs are easy. They're a joke, dude. It's a joke. That's what I was trying to tell you about the suspension. I wouldn't have dreamed of working on this, but it's not rocket science, man. It's not. You just have to, your brain has to see that it's not rocket science. I could sit here and tell you it's not rocket science, but that doesn't make you any more confident in what you're doing, right? No. You have to go and see it. It's hands-on. You have to balance book with hands-on stuff. And once you see it, like dude, a 67 Mustang, if there was a 67 Mustang in here that had no wires, it was just an engine, a transmission, and the chassis, I could get it running for you in a couple hours. No problem. Like how quickly do you want it running? I could get it running in 5 minutes if you really want. It is that simple. Like, give me a battery, the solenoid post, and that's it. We could get it running. And then an engine ground. It wouldn't run very good, and the wire harness would be all over the floor, but I could get it running. You want to get it running to like turn the key, right? We could do that too, right? Old cars are easy because you got to remember, 50, 60 years ago, we didn't have the internet. We didn't have all this resourceful knowledge. The cars needed to be simple because somebody was working out in the fields on their farm, and if something breaks, there's no auto shop near you.
The nearest auto shop's like 3 hours away. So you gotta, this stuff is designed to be simple enough for you to fix it yourself. Because once again, 60, 70 years ago, there ain't no auto shop on every corner, right? Remember that. So a 67 Mustang is not as complicated as you think it is. It's really just tighten this bolt here, do that's it. The ignition system is a joke. It's a joke. I mean, I have the ignition, I wired that truck too, the red truck. I completely wired it front to back. I did it on stream. It's not as, and I didn't know how to do it. It's not as hard as you might think. Like, but yeah, a 67 Mustang, easy. Easy peasy. That's not hard at all. Like, Amar, if you keep doing this, you'll remember this conversation. If you keep doing this, and say you get to the point where you buy a 67 Mustang and work on it and really know what you're doing, right? You will remember this. It's not hard. See, old cars are really easy to fix. Yeah, the hardest part is finding one. Yep, that's right. My Fiesta crank bolt needed torque to a certain foot-pounds, then wait some time, torque again, wait another 45 degrees. Yeah, I'll have to hire you in a few years. Yep. Could you point me to a good tutorial on learning to properly torque bolts and nuts? Not really, Element, because it really depends on what you're doing. You've heard conflicting information because it depends on the type of bolt. It's really contextual. That's a very contextual thing, right? Like, think about it like this. Do you know how to make a pizza? Seriously, do you know how to make pizza? It's dough, sauce, and cheese, and then some toppings, right? You know, you got to stretch the dough, you put the sauce down, you put the cheese on it, put it in the oven, right? It's not hard. How many pizza recipes do you come by are going to be the same? You know what I mean? If you go to your local pizzeria, right? Go to your local mom and pop pizza place and you order pizza from them. Is their recipe going to be the same as the place 3 towns over? The same exact pizza, right? It's gonna be a little different. It's gonna taste a little different. It depends on the context, man. Torquing bolts is like that. It really depends on what you're doing. Like suspension bolts, they need to be retorqued after a while. You torque them to spec, you go drive the car around, and then you have to torque them again later. That's not necessarily the case with like a lug nut or something, like putting a lug nut on the side of the car, like on the wheel. You only need to torque that once. If you have to torque that twice, something's wrong. Yeah, you got to spread the flour around. But the point is that everybody's recipe is going to be different, but it's all pizza. Cars are the same way. The torquing stuff on this is not going to be torquing stuff like that, but it's all using torque specs. Element, it depends on what you're doing. That makes such a big difference. I know nothing about cars, even though I was able to fix the old Mini using your, in the late 80s, using your girlfriend's tights. My guy, Cubion, hell yeah. That's some summer car
this is
stuff.
Space.
I like it
I'm in
because the
space.
fan belt broke. Geeson gifted 5, and Amar with that prime sub. Thanks, man. I mean, I do wrenching streams. I want to try to get to do these more like once a week. Believe me, I got plenty of junk that we need to fix. This thing is a nightmare. Like the transmission is leaking, so got to go chase the transmission leak on Freb, which is great. That's mostly because I screwed up putting a new pan on. That's totally my fault. But I learned the wrong way. I learned what not to do when you're putting a pan on, but I'll get more into that later. You know, alignment, we'll figure it out with this thing. We got to do an alignment on the not the 97. We got to do alignment on my Mustang, on my 08 Mustang. The coronet basically needs to be completely restored. The coronet's junk. It needs to be, we got to take that thing completely apart, down to the chassis. It has to. Yeah, it has to. That's my winter project after this thing is done. We got to work on Bluefist, the 87 F350 that we have. We got to get that thing pretty much tip-top. And I was driving it around the other day and it started making a creaking noise that sounded like the door closing on this car. So I'm fairly confident the midship carrier bearing is junk. When you drive it around and you accelerate, it goes... Yes, it sounds exactly like that. The carrier bearing shot. It's toast. We need to fix that. The 97 F250, we got to hook up a bunch of stuff. I got to hook up the rear fuel tank. We got to get the right fuel lines for that. Yeah, there's plenty of work to do. You know, I love cars, right? I love cars, and I have 7 on the premises right now. I have 7 on my property with 7 cars. There's, you know, like, I have a rule, and this rule was taught to me in a very, very hard manner. Make sure all your stuff runs. Everything. Like, that's the rule of project cars. For me, do not take it apart to a point where you couldn't move it under its own power. Unless you're doing a full frame off resto, in which case, hopefully you have all the parts to fix it with you, right? Those are my rules. Do not take a car apart unless you have something else to put on it right there. Like, I'm not going to take the engine out of this car right now when I don't have another engine to replace it, right? Cardinal sin with car guys. Don't do that. And because of this, I have to maintain a fleet of 7 cars. That's a lot. That's a lot to maintain. That's a lot for one dude. And I mean, I already work 50 hours a week, right? Streaming, right? But, I mean, we can do it at the same time. Not to mention this project car took the whole damn thing apart, but whatever. Are we going to get a rotisserie build? The Coronet probably needs it at this point, dude. I'm kind of figuring out what we should do with it. It's getting bad. I'll show you when we bring it in here. What I got to do if we're gonna do that, we're gonna take that car completely apart. I need to find a place for this. I do not want my red truck outside during the winter. Yeah, no, don't want that. I got to find a place to put this. I got to find a place to store it because that Coronet resto is going to be hardcore. It's going to be crazier than this one. But yeah. I mean, if you guys have questions about cars, like, you can usually ask me. Questions about spacecraft, questions about cars, I got you. I'll answer them whenever. It doesn't really matter what I'm doing. Yeah, I am avoiding very much a junkyard on my property. All my cars move. They all move under their own power. The Coronet doesn't move very far because the brake line's blue, but it runs. All right? It runs, and you can use the e-brake to move it around. Once again, not ideal, but my garage is kind of full right now. It's full with this crappy Chevy now. All good. If you truly want to save it, build a rotisserie. I was thinking about, well, Hellfish, what I was really thinking about, and this project is way beyond my expertise, and that's kind of why I want to try it. No harm, no foul. I want to see if we can make it into a 2-door. Yep. I got to take the whole car apart anyway. Might as well, because they don't make repops for a sedan. I've been doing research. They only make reproduction parts for 2-door 69 Coronets, not 4 doors. No one makes 4-door stuff because no one cares about the 4 doors. We could take the whole thing apart, triangulate it, put it on a rotisserie. I know how to do that. I mean, I know the theory behind it. I've never done it, but what year is the Coronet? It's a 69 Rem. Yeah, I always like a challenge. I like challenging myself. It's how you learn. If you're not learning, you're getting stupider. Yes, stupider. It's a Monday, so I'm just kind of stupid by default. But yeah, if you're not learning new things, like I said, that's the thing about wrenching. You got to keep doing it. You got to keep doing it. You got to keep doing it. You got to keep doing it until you get to a point that you know it's cold. If you don't, yeah, you're going to get worse. You're either growing or you're shrinking. There's no third direction. That's with any skill, guys. That's an important thing to understand. That is with any skill. You got to get to the point where you know it cold that you won't forget, right? And that's why you go to school for long periods of time, because you go until it sinks in and you know it cold. That's really important to understand. That's what I mean about wrenching. You got to keep doing it. You have to keep doing it. If you don't keep doing it, you're going to get worse at it, right? Hey, Matt, 114 months. It's a Monday. I'm kind of stupid by default. That is too relatable. Yep. Fundraise the Coronet project. Well, I have to get this thing working. I have to get this thing working because this thing needs to move under its own power, especially if I want to buy a storage unit and put it in it, a climate-controlled one. Or, you know, ask if I can put it in, you know, store it in someone's garage or something. Basically, if we're gonna do a resto like that, I need the entire garage. We got to get this stuff out of here. But I don't want to move this because this is my baby. This is my truck. I bought this thing. Well, actually, I didn't. To be honest, I've always said I bought it just because I was worried about people judging me. My uncle, the uncle gave this to me as a graduation present because I graduated college when I was 20. Yeah, bachelor's degree when I was 20. So he was impressed that I graduated college like a moron like me. So he actually gave it to me as a graduation gift. It wasn't worth that much then. It's like a couple $1,000. Now it's worth way more than that, which who saw that coming? There was a time where no one gave a frick about old cars. But yeah, now that you guys know who the uncle is, yeah, because you saw him in some of the streams. Computer animation and CAD system. Nobody likes to show off. Yep, yep. Anyway. Guys, I'll be right back. I got to go down to the house real quick. I got to use the restroom, and I'm not doing it with the microphone on. I did that once, and it was very strange. So, yeah, I will be right back 1 second. Let me turn on some background noise, and then we'll get back to it. When you got to go, you got to go. I had to. Right when I was going down to use the restroom, Bree had to go to a business event, so we have the dog now for a little while, for a couple of hours. So I don't want to work on the car when he's here. So hey, where you going? Hey, come on. We'll head back in the office. We'll keep talking about cars if we want, but yeah, we got the ride height set, so that's good. So. All right, give me a second.
Okay, I'm back. How's the progress on the Camaro? NASA press conference going on now. What's the press conference about, Creeper? What is this one about? Oh, it's about Europa Clipper.
Assembled in our clean room. JPL is the world leader in planetary and deep space.
Oh. All right. Let's cover it then. We'll start space news a little bit early. I got the dog with me. We'll just switch us, I'll switch it to just chatting for a second. Yeah, because I gotta look after the dog for a little bit, so. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Here, let's get that presser up. We're gonna switch gears here pretty fast.
I'd like to touch very briefly on the amount of time that it's taken to get us to where we are today. When I started at NASA headquarters in 2003, I was given the challenge of pushing a Europa mission forward. And I began that thinking that I had a really solid appreciation of how long and difficult the road ahead was going to be. And I was completely and utterly wrong about that. It was much harder than I anticipated. And it felt like it simply got harder and harder with each year that went by. And there was...
You've already missed the headline news, that being
than this past year.
Europa Clipper unequivocally passed the key decision point, clearing it for launch. Cool.
After challenge, culminating in the MOSFET transistor problem that we've recently overcome. But through all of that, through all those years, the one thing that we never doubted was that this was going to be worth it. Because as Lori said, this is an epic mission. It's a chance for us to explore not a world that might have been habitable billions of years ago, but a world that might be habitable today, right now. A chance to do the first exploration of this new kind of world that we've discovered very recently called an ocean world that is just totally immersed and covered in a liquid water ocean, completely unlike anything we've seen before. That's what's awaiting us at Europa. That's what Europa Clipper and her team are going to unveil for us. And it has definitely been worth the wait. It's been worth the hard work. And right now I want to hand it over to Jordan Evans, who's the project manager. And it's Jordan and his team that have gotten us here. At the beginning of the summer, I shared with Jordan that I was worried that we were asking the impossible of this team and that it was just too much. And Jordan and the team completely delivered on the impossible. They saved this mission this summer. They're the ones that have opened the way for us to get this spacecraft to the launch pad and then get the spacecraft to Europa so that the science can start. So, Jordan, I just want to say thank you very much.
Wow, thank you very much, Kurt. And I'll start by saying we are ready for Jupiter. You know, now that we've completed this key NASA review, we're focused on heading towards the launch pad, doing the final preparations. Our launch period opens October 10th, and we're on track to start that journey to Jupiter. One big challenge was analyzing how those transistors on the spacecraft would handle the radiation environment at Jupiter. And after extensive testing and analysis of the transistors, the Europa Clipper project, and I personally have high confidence that we can complete the original mission for exploring Europa as planned. It's a very difficult environment in terms of radiation at Europa. Jupiter is engulfed in more radiation than any planet in our solar system. That's one of the reasons why exploring the Jupiter system is so challenging. The radiation near Jupiter is a kind of space weather. It bombards everything in its sphere of influence with damaging particles. The planet's giant magnetic field acts as a particle accelerator. It captures those particles, accelerates charged particles to create these powerful radiation belts. And Europa sits near the outer edge of the worst part of that radiation belt. And so flying near Europa exposes us to this high flux of damaging particles. And so the mission engineers on Europa Clipper need to be sure that the spacecraft components can survive that radiation environment for the duration of our 4-year prime mission. As soon as we had learned that there might be an issue with our transistors, which was back at the beginning of May at JPL, we moved quickly as a project and as a lab and agency with our partners as well to quickly analyze the risks and conduct tests. Generated a tremendous amount of data. We know a lot about the Jupiter radiation environment from previous NASA missions, including the current Juno mission, which is at Jupiter right now. We completed extensive testing to validate the transistors on the spacecraft. We ran tests 24 hours a day over the last 4 months at multiple locations, at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, at the Applied Physics Laboratory, and at the NASA Goddard Space Flight Center. We simulated flight-like conditions to illuminate any issues that the transistors might have over our 4-year science mission across the variety of applications we have on the spacecraft. We put these representative transistors into these environments, rated entire circuits, and to see how the system behaves, and not just the transistors themselves. We looked at transistor temperatures while the spacecraft was outside of Jupiter's most intense radiation environment to determine how much recovery we might be able to get from these transistors while we're not in that intense radiation environment after each flyby. We've replicated that transistor self-healing, or annealing as it's called, that occurs by heating them to room temperature while they essentially rest far from that intense radiation environment as we go around each orbit of Jupiter before rendezvousing back with Europa again. The underlying issue was that there was a gap in the way in how industry qualifies the kind of hardware like MOSFETs for high radiation environments. The parts in question, the semiconductor in the transistors, are cut from silicon wafers, and those silicon wafers met the radiation hardness requirements that we needed. But then those semiconductor wafers degraded while in storage. We concluded after all of this testing that during our orbits around Jupiter, while Europa Clipper does dip into the radiation environment, once it comes out long enough for those transistors the opportunity to heal and partially recover between flybys. We're going to continue to closely monitor both the radiation environment, we have a radiation monitor on board, as well as the performance of the transistors from the ground once we are in flight and once we arrive at the Jupiter system. To accomplish this, we've received help from many corners, including the vendor. The vendor's been immensely proactive and helpful throughout all of our work. To reiterate what's already been said, we can, and I have very high confidence, and the data bears it out, complete the original mission, which is 49 flybys of Europa, and amounts to 80 orbits of Jupiter over that 4-year period. Our spacecraft itself is currently in ATLA. We're assembly, test, and launch operations at the Kennedy Space Center. A couple of weeks ago, we installed the immense solar arrays on the spacecraft, and now that we've completed this key NASA review, we are ready for our final launch preparations and reviews, and we are ready for Europa. At this point, I'll hand it back to you, Karen.
Woohoo! Yeah,
Can you tolerate?
Fantastic. Thank you all. We do have some questions on the line. As a reminder, if you want to get into the queue to ask a question, go ahead and press *1. Our first question is from Jeff Faust with Space News.
Hey, good afternoon. Just to make sure I fully understand this, you've confirmed that the transistors can handle the radiation environment and you don't need to modify any aspects of, say, the trajectory the spacecraft is going to take during the Europa flybys, given your understanding of how they respond to the radiation environment. So, in other words, you can proceed with the mission as earlier planned. You're not making any changes to the mission as a result of these studies. Thanks.
Yeah, Jeff, that is correct. The mission trajectory is the exact same mission trajectory that we've been planning and studying for the past 2+ years as a science team.
And that was Jordan Evans who was speaking, and I'll remind speakers just to identify themselves before they answer questions. We'll try to remember to do that on our side. Thank you so much. Our next question is from Marcia Dunn with the Associated Press.
Hi. You mentioned that there may be some degradation of these transistors during the high radiation periods, but they can heal when they come out of this intense zone. How much time elapses between these flybys with the intensive radiation? And how can you be so sure that they'll heal properly enough to be able to carry out the mission as planned? Thank you.
This is Jordan Evans again. For the first half of our mission, we fly on a 21-day orbit around Jupiter. And so 1 day of that 21 days is the flyby, and that's when we are in that intense radiation environment. So we have 20 days outside of that environment. All of the testing that we did when we looked at that healing, at that annealing, we used durations that were far smaller than that. So we were conservative in our testing to show that we understood how much annealing time we would need, and then demonstrate that we had far more than that with margin over each of the Jupiter orbits.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Our next question is from Bill Harwood.
Yeah, hey, thank you very much, and I think this is for Jordan as well. I'm just wondering, can you take another crack at explaining exactly what the radiation does to the transistors? I'm not sure physically what's going on, and when you say it's annealing or healing or whatever it's doing, how does it get restored to its or close to its original state? That's number one. Number two is, how many of these transistors are on board the spacecraft in total? Thanks.
This is Jordan again. So it's device-level physics, right? These are metal oxide field effect transistors. So think of them as electronic switches where you apply a voltage and you can close an electronic switch. And so understanding how the behavior of that switch and the amount of voltage it takes to turn it on or off degrades over radiation is something that is well known in industry, as well as understanding then how getting out of that environment and warming it may restore some of that damage. That's the first question. The second question, these transistors exist all across the spacecraft. I can say that we have 200 unique applications where it may be duplicated multiple times, but in different circuits across all the spacecraft and the instruments.
Thank you so much. Moving on to our next question, which is with Joel Achenbach from the Washington Post.
Thank you very much. Are there other aspects of the mission where you have a critical path or a potential single point failure other than the transistors that you are focused on, or that will get a lot of attention? In other words, other engineering challenges. And a second question, if I could, is will this mission determine if there's life under the icy crust of Europa, or will it only determine that there might be life? In other words, could you detect living things with this mission?
Why don't you say this?
This is Kurt Niebuhr. It's important to note that Europa Clipper is not a life detection mission, and there are two reasons for that. One is it would be premature. The first thing we need to do is figure out, are the proper ingredients there to support life as we know it? And as Dr. Fox mentioned, we're reasonably confident that almost all of those ingredients are there, but we don't know for sure. So we need to answer the habitability question first. And the reason we need to answer the habitability question first is because of the second reason. We don't have a life detector. There's no such thing as a tricorder instrument that we can point at something and it returns a blip or a blop telling us if it's alive or not.
Nice.
It is extremely difficult to be able to detect life, especially from orbit. So first we're going to ask the straightforward question. Are the proper ingredients there for life to exist? And you can bet your bottom dollar that if Europa Clipper tells us, yes, those ingredients are there, that we are going to be knocking on the door fighting for a second mission to go looking for life.
Can I just add one thing to that? This is Lori. Hey, Joel. The thing we will learn with Europa Clipper is where follow-up missions might want to go, right? We'll learn where the ice might be thinned, where there could be upwelling of water from the ocean in modern times. And so we're going to learn a lot about how to get smarter about asking that question over time.
And this is Nikki, working in concert with the James Webb Space Telescope that just took the amazing images of Europa for us, showing us these incredible plumes is just even more tantalizing for how important it is for us to go and make these close flybys.
And then this is Jordan Evans responding to the question about the critical path. The critical path at this point goes through the spacecraft itself. So the next steps at the Kennedy Space Center are the final closeouts, install before flight items, the remove before flight items, fueling the vehicle, which starts later this week, and then ultimately the joint operations that we have with the launch vehicle, attaching to the payload fitting, encapsulating into the fairing, and then rolling out to the pad.
Jordan, and again, this is Lori, they're not working any additional major technical issues at this time.
Excellent point. We, in this review today, we are green for technical.
Normal.
That is
normal work to go
to
get to launch.
Yeah. We are technical green.
Woo-hoo.
Yeah.
Feels great to say that. All right, thank you so much. Our next question is from Lisa Grossman with Science News. Lisa, are you there?
Lisa. What's the frequency, Lisa?
All right, since we can't hear Lisa now, I'm going to move on to the next question, which is David Brown with the New York Times.
Hi, this question is for Dr. Fox and Dr. Niebuhr. My understanding that not long after the MOSFET issue was discovered and the extent of the problem was still uncertain, the project presented a suite of options to NASA headquarters. Among them was descoping the mission to a smaller number of flybys so that the launch window could still be made. How would you each characterize your response to that option?
Thanks for the question. It's exactly what I would expect any good mission team to do, which was they came and they presented, as you said, a suite of options. Obviously, the perfect outcome is the one that we've had, which is being able to figure out a way to keep the mission exactly at the full science that we wanted to have, but it was certainly an option. If you don't want to not fly a mission, and if there's a way to get some science, even if it's not as much as you might have originally wanted, it is still better to get some science. And so we really thanked the team for coming up with a different kind of a different flight path, if you like, for the mission. But we're very grateful that we did not have to go with that option, and we were able to take advantage of the incredible work from the team, and we are able to, as Laurie said in her remarks, achieve the full science of the mission. Kurt?
I would just add that I was very gratified from the beginning all the way through to the end to see the level of commitment among everybody working this problem, not just to fix the problem, but to remain committed to the full science of the mission.
Thank you so much. Our next question is from Stephen Clark with Ars Technica.
Thank you. I think my question's probably for Jordan. We're talking about being able to collect the full science, baseline mission, no changes to the trajectory. Any changes at all in the way you operate the spacecraft to be able to meet that baseline mission with this transistor issue, or did all the testing simply show that the transistors will work for the baseline mission? And then any risk or concern going forward with a potential extended mission that this may put that in jeopardy? Thanks.
Very good. Yeah, this is Jordan responding. So regarding the first question, the changes, I talked about the healing, the annealing that happens outside of the radiation environment. That annealing is improved with temperature, and so two of our colder instruments that are outside of our fluid loop that warms the remaining components of the spacecraft, they operate at a colder temperature by design in order to minimize the energy. And so changing their software-controlled heater set points to a slightly warmer temperature is the impact. So instead of dialing the thermostat to one temperature, you dial it a little bit warmer when you're outside of the radiation environment, and that warms them up. In terms of the potential for an extended mission, I'll say that all of these 200 unique applications were looked at and then independently looked at by outside folks to look at circuit margins and ensure that with the MOSFETs that are present on the vehicle, that we would have appropriate voltage margin. And so that voltage margin is not necessarily for an extended mission. It's for things that happen in complex missions in uncertain environments. But those margins are there. They are positive. And they give us good confidence, certainly in the baseline mission, but not that we would expect it to just immediately drop off right after that.
Right, now I'll just add to that, Stephen, this is Nikki, just that we are looking forward to their extended mission. So as Jordan said, they have margin, and we have no reason to expect anything other than a great 4 years and an extended mission beyond that.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to do Lisa Grossman again from Science News. Let's hope it works this time. Sorry about that, Lisa. Your turn.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, I actually was going to ask about the extended mission as well, so thank you. That was my question.
So you're good? All right.
Thank you for an extended
Thank you. All right. Our next person then will be Irene Clark.
I just want to point out that a press person had a question that was already answered, and she said it was already answered, and then said, yeah, no need for this, which is a breath of fresh air.
To be ready for an October 10th launch, do you need the 39A by September 14th, or is that able to slip a couple days?
So this is Nikki. That is all part of the negotiations that are handled for us by the Launch Services Program at Kennedy, NASA's Kennedy Space Center, and they are watching many launches. The wonderful thing about Kennedy right now is it is an incredibly active spaceport, and so they are watching and they are helping us to deconflict many launches that will be at the Cape at the same time.
Thank you so much. Our next question is from Isam Ahmed with AFP.
Hi, thanks again. Just to go back to the question about this is not being a detection mission, could you maybe just expand a little on what's your sort of best outcome scenarios in terms of what we can gather from Europa, Clipper, and what are the worst outcomes? And sorry, very quick follow-up on the transistors. Are these sort of stock transistors, nothing special about them, or are they in any way sort of high tech. A quick Google talks about nanowire transistors specifically built to withstand cosmic rays. Thanks.
What?
Jordan, why don't you take that one, the
Sure.
last bit first?
Yeah, so these are standard industry radiation-hardened transistors.
Laurie, do you want to talk about the excitement of Europa Clipper?
Yeah, so I don't think there's a worst case because honestly we're going to learn so much. It's going to be incredible no matter what we find. That's the beauty of exploring the unknown in new ways, which we're definitely doing with the incredible depth and detail we're going to get from Europa Clipper's 10 science investigations. So we're going to explore the icy shell and the ocean beneath to the sensing that from our multiple flybys. We're going to be looking at the chemistry of the system. That is both the chemistry on the surface and in anything that's being emitted from the surface, any kind of plumes that will fly through and sort of taste the rainbow at Europa, and get to tell what materials are being emitted. And then lastly, we'll be looking at the surface, the geology, if you will, of this icy crust to understand the geologic history of this moon, including potentially very recent activity that would change the surface. And so we're just going to be learning a ton about the physical and chemical makeup of Europa and how it is changing and evolving over time. All of these will teach us about whether this environment is habitable.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting that the sort of the idea of the bad result. As you say, there's no bad. If we go there and we find water and energy and chemistry, that opens up a whole realm of questions. If we go there and we find no water, no energy, and no chemistry, that also opens up a whole wealth of questions. Why did we think this, and why is it not there? So there really is not. This is a voyage into the unknown, and this is it's going to be incredible science, no matter which way of the equation it falls.
And I think it's important to point out that with the 10 investigations, it's extraordinarily multidisciplinary. We're sensing this moon in pretty much every way we can think of without landing on it, right? We're flying by it, but we're going to get different spectral signatures. We're going to be, penetrating the ice with radar. We're going to be looking at magnetic signatures, at particles and fields, at chemistry. Like every single way you can think of, we are going to be analyzing it. It's a very comprehensive and multidisciplinary payload, and the team will work together to sort of fuse those results into new insights for this exciting moon.
And you're hoping to do some science on the way out and at other planetary bodies?
Yeah, we fly by Mars on the way
Jupiter.
And yeah, that's right.
And this is Kurt. If I could just add, I'll be the optimist and go back to your best case scenario. If we do get there, and Laurie mentioned the multidisciplinary approach, you need that multidisciplinary approach because answering the habitability question needs an approach from a lot of different vectors. But if we get there and we do this investigation, and the good news is it has all the ingredients and it is habitable, just think of what that means, that there are 2 places in one solar system that have all the ingredients for life that are habitable right now at the same time. Think of what that means when you extend that result to the billions and billions of other solar systems in this galaxy. Setting aside the is there life question on Europa, just the habitability question in and of itself opens up a huge new paradigm for searching for life in the galaxy.
Great point.
Wonderful, thank you. We'll move on to our next question, which is from Ken Kramer with Space Up Close.
Hi, thank you for doing this, and I'm very glad to hear that the transistors are doing great, albeit at the launch. So I want to ask about the science instruments. Can you talk a little bit in detail about what they are and how they're going to look for signs of life and the plumes? Will you be flying through the plumes? Is there a mass spec to determine the chemistry there? So if you could talk some detail, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, how long do you have? Yes. Excellent. This is Laurie. Kurt, is that okay if I jump in?
Yeah, definitely.
Yes, so to answer your more specific question, we do have a mass spec built by the Southwest Research Institute. So all of these sensors on board were awarded through competition So they're built by different organizations around the country. So both the mass spectrometer and also a dust analyzer will be doing in situ kind of measurements of the actual material that's out there as we fly through it. We'll also be sensing the magnetic field, which is helpful if you want to think about a circulating saline ocean. You should see magnetic results from that. And we'll be analyzing the radiation environment there, which will be quite helpful as we try and compare to our recent test results for the transistors. Then we have a bunch of remote sensing instruments. So we're going to be looking at Europa in the ultraviolet, in the visible, with a narrow angle and a wide angle camera. The images are going to be spectacular. An infrared spectrometer and a far infrared spectrometer, which is a thermal imager, which will allow us to look for hot spots. And then we have our ice penetrating radar. And lastly, we actually use our radio on board to sense the gravity around around Europa. So incredible science investigations, pretty much every wavelength, and in situ instruments too.
Yeah, and I just want to sort of repeat what Kurt said towards the beginning, which is this is not a life detection mission.
Yeah.
You want to add anything?
Well, you mentioned what's the probability of us flying through plumes, and I will say two things. One, we have a couple of instruments on board that are ideally suited to analyzing the plumes. One is the ultraviolet instrument, which is a great plume hunter. It can spot the plumes from a very long distance away. And the second thing I'll say is we would love to fly through a plume, but first we've got to be able to find them, and they've got to stay active long enough for us to get the spacecraft through them. And I think that's going to be the challenge. Now, if Europa cooperates with us and we're able to fly through one, we have some instruments on board that are going to do a heck of a lot of fantastic science with that material that we analyze.
Great, thank you so much. Our next question is from Manuel Mazzanti with Exploration Espacial.
Thank you, and congratulations on the milestone review and for sharing all this incredible data with us. Just a quick question regarding the transistors. Let me see if I understood correctly. So you didn't have to modify or upgrade them in any way, and then due to the extensive testing that you have done, you have proven that they work, and these 20 days that you have between flybys helps it to recover in a process called healing?
Yeah, this is Jordan. That is correct. So yeah, that process is technically referred to as annealing, and essentially it recovers some of the damage that it took during the radiation environment. And the way we got there is essentially we design these missions for uncertain environments, and so that uncertainty leads us to ensure that we have design margins. And so looking at those design margins and the assumptions that were made early on that just kill a problem, well, now we have to sharpen our pencils and finesse it a little bit more and get into the details of that circuit and what can that circuit take. And that allowed us to say, yes, we can do this mission with the resistors that are installed on board, or transistors, that are installed on board the spacecraft.
And can I just say, this team, they analyzed every circuit. They tested every kind of part. I mean, this was such an incredibly thorough job done by a team that has been working 24/7 since 4 months ago when we found out about this issue. And to be able to sit here today and confidently say this mission is going to be awesome and we're going to fly our baseline science is something that we're so thrilled to be able to do. But it's because of a bunch of hard work.
And Jordan, I think it might be helpful if you describe actually what you mean by what annealing means.
What annealing?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's really at the device physics level, but annealing is at different temperatures, particularly at warmer, elevated temperatures. The device itself, some of the positive and negatively charged particles that might migrate to one part under the radiation damage starts to migrate in different places, and that's a process that is fairly well known, and it's referred to as annealing. And again, it's more active as the temperature goes up. So from an annealing standpoint, warmer is better.
All right, thank you so much. Our next question is going to be from Bill Harwood with CBS News again. Welcome back, Bill.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to take another crack at the very question Kurt was just answering. I don't understand what happens when it's in the radiation environment. If a circuit has a problem, what does that mean? Does that mean that the instrument that circuit is in doesn't work? Does it mean the data is degraded, or is it none of the above, and it somehow affects the longevity of this circuit? So I'm really unclear as to what the threat was that you were trying to resolve. And to follow up Irene Klotz's record, this is also for Kurt, her question. Clearly, the 39A has to be clear by some point for you guys to get off on the 10th. I'm just wondering I think she was wondering what the bingo date is for that. When does the pad have to get turned over, realizing there's some slop in that schedule? But I know you must know what that target is. That's what she was asking. That's what I'm asking. Thanks.
Bill, this is Jordan. I think you meant to direct those questions to Jordan Evans, the project manager. So regarding the transistors, every one of those circuits is different, and the consequence of the MOSFET degrading below what we could tolerate is different. In some cases, the switch just basically goes on permanently, and if that switch was turning on a little 1-watt decontamination heater, well, then that's really not a big deal to the mission. But if that circuit is telling the spacecraft, that it needs to go into safe mode, that's a little bigger deal. That's a much bigger deal. And so we analyzed every one of those circuits and how robust and tolerant they are to degraded transistors. And again, determined that we had sufficient margin in every one of those circuits to accomplish this mission, flagship mission, with confidence. And then again, regarding the pad, as Dr. Fox pointed out, NASA's Launch Services Program manages that. The spacecraft itself doesn't actually go out to the pad to mate to the launch vehicle until a few days before launch. And so it's really about the time it takes to ready the pad from one launch to another, which is really Launch Services Program and the launch vehicle provider.
And of course, we can always follow up as we get more information. We share all that information as soon as we get it, and we'll post it. So, all right, thank you. Moving on to our next question, we have about 10-15 minutes left. If you want to get in the queue, remember to press star 1. But our next question will be with Marcia Smith from Space Policy Online.
Thanks so much for taking my question. I'm curious as to what we can expect during the 6-year journey out there. You mentioned visiting Mars. What is it going to look like at Mars? Are we going to get images back from it during the 6-year journey? What exactly can we expect between now and when it reaches Jupiter?
This is Jordan Evans. I'll take that. So yeah, Mars is actually part of our trajectory. So the trajectory that we fly to Jupiter is a Mars-Earth gravity assist. So 4 months after launch, our primary function at Mars is to steal a little angular momentum and slingshot ourselves out, and then about a little over a year later, we come back and do the same thing at Earth before heading out to Jupiter. And so because Mars is there, we have an opportunity to do some calibrations on a couple of the instruments. And so we do plan, but those are secondary to the gravity assist itself. We do plan to do calibrations of a couple of instruments when we're at Mars. We don't plan any calibrations at Earth. And so over 5.5 years, we will be doing checkouts of all of the different systems. We will be doing a simulated flyby while we're not around any particular body, and then we will certainly be preparing for our Jupiter orbit insertion in April of 2030, and then the start of our science tour.
Will we get images before JOI, as we approach Jupiter? I can't remember if that's in our baseline plan.
Do you know, Kurt?
We have the ability to do so. I'm not sure if we're planning on doing that, but there will be calibration activity.
Yeah.
The imaging at Mars will be very limited because the cameras, one of the cameras will still have a cover on it. You have to remember these instruments are designed to operate at Europa and at Jupiter, which is a much different environment than, say, Mars and Earth. So we have to be very careful in our use of the instruments before we get to Jupiter, make sure that we don't damage them inadvertently by trying to get data.
All right. Next up, we have Stephen Clark with Ars Technica.
Hi, thank you. I think my question is for Jordan as well. You mentioned fueling starts later this week. How much propellant are actually loading into the spacecraft? Do you have a figure for that? And can you kind of walk through some of the steps just practical logistical steps on the spacecraft side to get to the point where you're ready to mate up to the Falcon 9 or Falcon Heavy. Thanks.
Sure. So I'm going to speak in rough numbers on the fueling. I know first and foremost, we fill the tanks full. So there's no limitation that we only need to go partial because of mass limitations or anything like that. And so it's roughly half of the spacecraft, so roughly 3,000 kilograms of propellant and oxidizer, because we're a bipropellant system. And the second question was regarding the steps to get out to mating with the launch vehicle out to the pad. Is that correct? Sorry, is he on? Is he on? Okay, yeah, so with respect to that, so fueling operations takes a little over a week. We have some margin on the back end of that. And then we start what's called joint operations with the launch vehicle, and that's where we mate to the payload attach fitting inside the clean room where we are at Kennedy Space Center. They bring in the two halves of the nose cone, the fairing, and mate that up. They put us on the back of a transporter, set up our purge and air conditioning, and roll us out to a hangar that is adjacent to Pad 39A. At that hangar, we go horizontal, where we mate up to the Falcon Heavy rocket that is already in position in the hangar. We do additional checkouts there because during the ascent, our spacecraft telemetry goes through the launch vehicle, and we get the data down that way. And so we test that. We've tested early versions of that already, but we will test the final mates. And then, as I mentioned earlier, then just a couple of days before launch, we roll out to the pad and point to the sky.
All right. Thank you so much. Our next question is from Michael Greshko with Nature Magazine.
Hi. Thank you all so much for doing this. I think this might be for Jordan. Could you all just clarify kind of the timeline and how you all came to learn of the MOSFET issue specifically? And is this an issue that could potentially affect or alter the operations of ESA's JUICE mission? And if so, have you all been in touch with your partners at ESA regarding that? Thanks.
Sure. This is Jordan, responding. Regarding the timeline, so we were notified there was a conference where electronic parts engineers that deal with things like transistors meet and share, and there was an informal conversation with the chief engineer of our parts organization at JPL that said, hey, did you hear about some recent data that came up from a non-NASA customer that might implicate or indicate that the transistors might fail at something less than they were originally qualified for it from a radiation dose standpoint. So I think that was 10:30 on a Thursday night. By that weekend, by the next day, we had a full inventory of all our parts. By that weekend, we stood up a Tiger team. First thing we did was get some spare parts into test, and we confirmed exactly what had been said to our parts chief engineer. And that led to 4 months of round-the-clock testing at multiple locations around the country. It led to a quest for spare parts that were the exact lot date codes and part numbers of everything on the spacecraft and instruments, and all of the circuit analyses, and led to the conclusion that we arrived at, I guess about a week ago now, that we did not find the one short straw that prevented us from the mission that we had planned to fly.
Very nice. Thank you. Mike Wall with Space.com is our next question.
Thank you for doing this. This is probably also for Jordan. Could you just say what would have been the sort of next steps if you guys did not pass this review today? Would you definitely miss this upcoming launch window? What would you have done if you gotten bad news today? Just sort of lay out what those steps would have been. Thanks.
Hi, this is Nikki. I'm going to take that one. So had they not passed today, it would have been very dependent on the reason that they had not passed the review today, whether it was we needed to delay the launch in order to do some extra work before the launch, or whether it was a very bad day and we were not able to proceed to launch. But fortunately, that did not happen, and they passed extremely well. So they'll move to fueling the end of next week, and end of this week. End of this week. That's right. End of this week, and then go into the regular launch flow to get the spacecraft ready. But it really would have depended on the reason that they did not pass. That would have given the severity of the impact.
Thank you so much. Our next question is from Marcia Dunn with the Associated Press.
Yes, hi. I have two quick numbers questions. Is the mission cost still projected at about $5 billion? And if you miss the October window, when is the next opportunity? Thanks.
Hey, Marcia, this is Nikki. So the life cycle cost for the mission is just under $5.2 billion. And had we not been able to continue for a launch, the next launch window would have been in 26 months. 13 months. Sorry, 13 months. I'm sorry. 13 months. I apologize. 13. Thinking of a different mission. 13 months.
Thinking about
There's a lot
escapade.
going on right now. 13 months for the next one. Sorry, Marcia.
All right. Next up, we have Robin Andrews.
Hey there, yeah, this just a brief point on the annealing thing, just so I understand. So when the spacecraft is out of the radiation clouds, are you commanding the circuitry to warm up a bit so it can, like, the transistors can sort of heal their damage on an atomic level? I'm just trying to get to the specifics of what the annealing process actually is, like what it's actually doing.
This is Jordan. The way you described it is exactly right. We warm them up so that they can cover some of the damage.
But even if you don't warm them up, they recover some, even at lower temperatures.
Yes.
And if you want to accelerate that, you can warm them a bit more.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Lesson.
Yeah.
At lower temperatures, it's a lower rate of healing, and so a little extra heat helps accelerate that with each orbit.
Right.
So yeah, this is Kurt. If I could just add, I want to make clear that we're only going to anneal a couple of parts right now because the rest of them are fine. Once we get to Jupiter and Europa, if we find that things are degrading worse than we expected, then we can anneal more of them. So we actually have a lot more resiliency to the European environment than we originally anticipated when we discovered the MOSFET problem. And that's one of the reasons that we feel confident launching, is that we have other steps we can take that we're currently not planning to take that are available to us in the future.
Good point. Great, thank you. We have time for just one more question, which is Nadja Drake with Scientific American.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. I was wondering, what absorbed radiation dosage did you calculate the spacecraft could tolerate? Like, is there a number that we could put on it that could help us compare the current situation to a more ideal situation? And then expanding on Michael Greshko's question, are there any other spacecraft in operation that you're aware of that are also affected by these transistors? Thank you.
So this is Jordan. So in terms of the radiation, we looked specifically at the dose that we expect, including uncertainty, for every transistor on the spacecraft, and they're all getting different doses. Something that's outside of our shielded electronics vault, for example, will see a higher dose. And so we looked at the performance of each transistor lot date code against the expected dose with the appropriate radiation design margins that you would apply for that type of analysis, and ensured that in those circuits we still had the appropriate voltage margins coming out of the backside of them. So we did that across the board. Obviously, the environment outside of the spacecraft is extremely challenging. Millions of chest X-rays, equivalent dosage with each flyby.
100,000 per flyby.
100,000 within our reference. Yeah, but the surface, is a million. And in terms of other missions, we know that Juno is at Jupiter, and it has MOSFETs, and some MOSFETs are of a similar generation to the ones that we're flying. So that's one data point. I can't speak to other missions, but not many would have the kind of requirements that going to Jupiter requires.
All right. I think we are finished. It brings us to the top of the hour. I want to say thank you for everyone who joined us today. Thank you to our speakers and for the participants. If you did not have a chance to get your question answered, you should certainly feel free to contact me, Karen Fox, and we will see what we can do to get it answered. For more information, you can always track nasa.gov/Europa Clipper. Europa Clipper, I always wanted to say Europa, sorry about that. And thank you so much.
We came in on the tail end of that, but long story short, Europa Clipper's ready to go. It passed everything. They did have some. It passed all the. It passed all the testing that they need to go forth and launch. Launch should be, I think they said October, early October. And yeah, she's. They had some problems with getting the transistors because of Jupiter's radiation belts. They encountered a potential failure mode with it, and they figured it out. They tested every single transistor on the entire thing. That's not a small amount of transistors, but cool. Yeah, October 10th. There you go. Yeah. Cool. Good stuff. Yeah, it's a $5 billion mission. That's expensive, but you know. I have a weird and somewhat disgusting car question. Okay, what's up? That's 2 times Mobile Launcher 2. Mm-hmm. When's the conference? It just ended, dude. They must be using transistors for their control systems, guys. That's probably what they were referring to. Their control system testers. Yeah. 5 billion and still no tricoders? Oh. Illness, give me some warning. How am I gonna clean that out without getting any in the water pump? I don't know. Tape it off and then hope. Ad time. We'll roll for it, buddy. Guys, I'm sorry. After I went to the bathroom, I don't feel good all of a sudden. Like, really don't feel good all of a sudden. I'm not sure what that's about. Like, okay. Roll. SVO. Yeah, I'm having trouble kind of keeping my head straight. Okay. Enjoy your ads. Yeah, I'm not, yeah, I don't feel good. I don't, yeah, that usually doesn't happen. Usually don't feel good like going to the bathroom, but I was fine until then. I don't know what the hell that's about. I'm just like, you know. There's news that the James Earl Jones passed away. Yeah, I mean, if he did, he would have been 93, dude, so. What did you have for lunch? Nothing. I didn't eat any breakfast either. Need food? Yeah. Well, here's the thing, dudes. If Polaris is launching, yeah, we got to be here for it. But it's 40% favorable weather conditions. Any drinking? No. I did. Oh, balls. I drank that day-old beer. Crap. One Polaris still on launch. Maybe that may have had something to do with it. Oh, jeez. 3:38 a.m. is when Polaris Dawn is scheduled to go. The weather is not cooperating, though, dudes. You done messed up A-Rod. That may have had something to do with it. Yeah, yeah. My mom is now calling me dumb for doing that. Thanks, Mom. Me too. Was it non-alcoholic? No. I cracked open that brew yesterday. Oops. Oh dear. So yeah, if Polaris Dawn is going, I might need to go lie down for a little bit. But I don't know. The stream's already just weird back and forth of press conferences and car stuff and stuff. We did get the Camaro leveled, which is I'm pretty happy about that. I might just kind of bypass space news today, and then come back. Camaro looks so good. Yeah, it's coming along, dude. We leveled it. It's nice now. It's within 1/8 of an inch on all wheels, so it looks real good. I'm actually super happy with that. You never experienced true level. Yeah, I might go sit for a second. I want cocoa. I gotta go poopy. I did have to go poop. That was not fun. Anyway, you think it'll need to go to a shop for an alignment? I got to read about doing an alignment anesthesis, and I think we'll try to do it on stream. If we can't dial it in correctly, then we'll take it to a shop. But I'm pretty sure you can buy alignment plates and go from there. I filled the shoebox. Your sugar could be low if you haven't eaten. I think that's what's going on. I'm probably just gonna go grab a quick bite. I didn't really have a lot of time to eat today. So, yeah, I'm probably just gonna bypass space news today. And guys, well, I'll come back for some after hours. I was planning on playing Workers for after hours. I'll come back for that if anybody cares. I mean, we'll see. If Polaris doesn't go, maybe we should just take the rest of the day off, just because if it doesn't go tonight, it might go tomorrow. Like, this is the trouble with, I mean, Matoro, you're in chat, you know exactly what I'm talking about. This is the trouble with timing this stuff. It's really kind of a pain in the butt to time it, because you don't know if it's going to go. They don't know if it's going to go. Get a magnetic angle finder and a couple of thin metal plates for the alignment. Okay. Did you see Larson's crash this week? No. I didn't watch any racing. I didn't watch any sports. I was putting the weigh bar in this and just doing everything but getting near a TV or anything. The only sports that I watched yesterday was the Lions game, and that's it. And even then, there's 3 windows going all the way to 7 a.m. 3 opportunities. Get it close and then take it to a shop. Yep. Anyway, guys, I'm going to just go lie down for a little bit. Yeah, I gotta go eat something. And yeah, we'll fill up the tank and then I'll tell you, I'll be back in a little bit. If Polaris Dawn does go, we'll come back. If not, I'm thinking I'll probably, ooh, Kyle Larson looks like something broke on the car. A lot of shops won't mess with the aftermarket parts annoyingly. I know how to do it. I don't know how to do it SVO, but I know about camber caster and tow, and we have what's recommended, so we'll get it right. So, yeah, guys, I'll be back in a couple of hours. Okay, I'm gonna go lie down and grab something to eat. So, thank you very much for watching. This is kind of a weird fragmented stream. We tried Gear City and then did it, and then worked on the car, and then did it, and then did the press conference, and then didn't. But it's good to know that Europa Clipper's good. I'll see you guys probably in a couple hours. If Polaris doesn't go, I'm probably just going to take the rest of the night off because I'm not feeling good. But if we get a good date, a solid probability to go, I'm prepared to come in here and do a long stream, because that's fun. We like doing that. So anyway, I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys in a little bit, or potentially tomorrow, depending on how Polaris goes. I'll let you know. I usually will post about if it's going or not on Twitter, so, or X or whatever. So yeah, or just check the title on the stream on Twitch. So I'll see you guys in a little bit, or I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching. Sorry, I'm just not. I got a case of the Mondays. It's bad. It's bad. I'm gonna go lie down. I'll see you later. Thank you.